Well, after a picturesque off day yesterday to begin the Northwoods League season, Mother Nature not cooperating quite the same tonight for the Rockford Rivets and Kenosha Kingfish. But baseball will still be played from historic Simmons Field in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Two teams looking to take position of second place in the Great Lakes East standings. It's the Kingfish hosting the Rivets, a record of 5-3, and Rockford coming into town with a record of 4-4 for game number 9 of this young Northwoods League season. Welcome in, everybody, to the Rockford Rivets Radio Network. I'm Andre Magaro. Happy you could join us here on this Tuesday evening. And for the Rockford Rivets, coming straight out of that off day yesterday, an opportunity here to get back on track, get back over the 500 mark in a very early portion of the season. But they'll have to do so against a hot Kenosha team that has been good coming out of the gates here in the early portions of the season. Let's take a look at Rockford Rivets batting a lineup 1 through 9. Head coach JT Scarra leading the Rivets out like this tonight. Their .278 team batting average, 4th in the Northwoods League. Right-handed hitting Ty Krittenberger will lead things off. Then it's the left-handed hitting Colton Klein, another lefty right behind him, and Dylan Robertson. Matthew Mebin will bat in the cleanup spot from the right side for Rockford tonight. Then 4 more right-handers in a row. Johannes Hawkinson, Ryan Hampy, Luke Sefcik, and Garrett Sheffield will fill those spots 5 through 8. Jake Bellata, another righty bat, leads things out at 9th for the Rockford Rivets, coming in at a record of 4-4. The defense for the Kenosha Kingfish, outfield left to right, Parker Stinson in left, Antonio Brown in center, James McCoy in right. Josh Leslie back in Kenosha colors. He'll man the hot corner in his first game for the Kingfish this season. Ben Lloyd and Brady Council will turn 2 up the middle at short and second, respectively. Jake Westcott over at first base. Ian Collier will do the catching of the starter. 6'1", 200-pound sophomore Blake Pivaroff out of Laguna Beach, California, plays his college ball at Arizona State. 19 appearances, 1-3 record, 7.20 ERA. He's pitched 25 innings for the Sun Devils this season, so not stretched out a considerable amount. He gave up 20 earned runs in those 25 innings on 24 hits, walking 18, striking out 21 in Pac-12 play this season. Ty Krittenberger set to step into the righty box and lead things off here from Kenosha. A .387 hitter out of that leadoff spot for the Rivets this season. 10 runs batted in. And we'll get to it here after the first pitch. But the weather, a dreary one here in Kenosha. Cold, blustery conditions and rain continuing to fall as it has throughout most portions of the afternoon. But the grounds crew has worked incredibly hard and we're set to go. First pitch, fastball up and tight. 1-0 to Krittenberger at 6:10. Here in the Central Time Zone, about 5 minutes late on the head start. This one's fouled off by Krittenberger. The count's 1-1. As we said, rainy conditions, was raining considerably harder in the late morning, early afternoon hours, and it really looked like at points like this game was going to be a wash. Then the skies opened up around the 2 o'clock hour, and that allowed the Kingfish and their grounds crew to pull the tarp off. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Pivaroff. Fastball tight, 2-1. After taking off that tarp, they were able to pour some quick dry on the more soaked portions of Simmons Field. Brand new infield surface this season. 2-1 from Pivaroff. First look at the slider. It's devastating as it breaks inside over the shoulder of Krittenberger. Counts even at 2-2. And they were able to pour quick dry on the necessary portions of the field to get it ready to play. And then about half an hour before first pitch, the rain started coming down in heavy sheets again. There's multiple puddles lined throughout foul territory. The 2-2's low on another slider. Now the count's full to the leadoff man, Krittenberger. The bullpens are soaked. There's multiple water in those levels as well. It's going to be an interesting one here. Outfield also absorbing a lot of water. And as rain continues to fall, we will get underway. 3-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up right side, giving it a look as the right fielder, McCoy. It'll reach the seats. Scattered crowd throughout here at Simmons Field. Plenty of multiple colored umbrellas littered throughout the stands, but rain jackets and whatnot for a lot of the young family members here, but everybody sticking through it. There's a slight breeze blowing in from left field, and the rain continues to fall. 3-2 pitch is a fastball right on the outside edge. A called strike 3 rings up Krittenberger for the first out of the ball game. Krittenberger had been taking a step towards first base, but he'll head back to the dugout. 1 away here in the top of the first. Nobody on, still scoreless. There's plenty of rain still falling down as Colton Klein steps into the lefty batter's box. 7 for 29 this season is Klein. A double and an RBI, 241 on the average. He crowds the plate from the left side. First pitch from Pivarov off speed away. 1-0 the count. Primarily a three-pitch mix for the right-hander out of Laguna Beach, California. Fastball, it's going to sit in the low 90s. And then his slider about 75, 76. That time it's a fastball over the outside edge to even the count at 1-1. And then that changeup. Really likes throwing it to lefties. Breaks away from their bat. Sits about 83, 84. 1-1 pitch. Fastball's laced right back up the middle. It'll get through for a base hit. That ball hit the infield dirt just behind the second base bag and barely made its way out into center field. Gives you an idea of how spongy the surface is here at Simmons Field with all the moisture it's continuing to absorb throughout the day. But regardless, first hit of the ball game goes to Klein, one out base runner for the Rivets. He'll wait on first with Dylan Robertson stepping into the lefty batter's box. Robertson set to step in. He's 5 for 14 on his young campaign so far. Just joined the Rivets on this road trip. Of course, they had the day off yesterday. Team got to go back to Rockford, spend some time with their host families, and relax for a day. The 2 games in Kalamazoo, the 2 games in Kokomo now ends off with 2 in Kenosha. First pitch fastball just off the outside edge of the plate, 1-0 to Robertson. Our umpire crew today, 3-man crew. Jack Berry behind home plate calling balls and strikes. It's Paul Hess at first base, and completing it is Steve Bartelstein over at third base. 1-0 pitch. Another fastball, this time in the righty batter's box. No contest for Robertson, who takes for 2-0. Josh Leslie, the third baseman's up on that cutout on the third base side. Middle infield still back to turn 2. All the way towards the end of the infield dirt as Robertson fouls a 2-0 straight back 2-1. But it's interesting to see where you play the chips here on the infield with a surface that, of course, is going to deaden baseballs very quickly after they hit the ground. Was something this umpiring crew actually talked about in the build-up to the game. A plug rule has been put into effect in the outfield because of how much water it is absorbed. Next pitch is laced back towards center field, but playing shallow was Brown. He's in the left center alleyway to make the catch. So Robertson retired, climbed back to first. 2 down here in the top of the first. But a plug rule, essentially, when a ball hits the outfield and is immediately detoned, the umpires will call time and give the base runners the base they think to be the most fair. So usually an automatic single in situations like that, where a ball lands in shallow center or shallow right field, and outfielders have to run after it, where normally the ball would come to them. In that situation, usually only giving runners 90 feet. First pitch to Matthew Mebane, fouled off his foot. It'll skew out in front of home plate, but ruled a foul ball. So 0-1 to Mebane, your Northwoods League RBI leader through the first 8 games of the season. He's 11 for 35, 3 home runs, is second in the league, 16 ribbies, paces all Northwoods League batters. Klein was in motion on the pitch. He'll head back to first base after the foul ball from Mebane, 0-1 count. We're off on the first base side of the rubber, out of the stretch. Next pitch, fastball. Swung on and missed quickly, 0-2. Pivarov has a big downhill motion off the mound. Will raise his left leg high, rear back his right arm, also his back belt loop before firing home. Klein just about 2-step lead off of first. The 0-2 pitch, another inside fastball. Swung on and missed for strike 3. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Pivarov. Works around a 1-out single from the Rivets. No runs on a hit, no errors, 1 man left. Played half an inning in Kenosha, still scoreless here on the Rockford Rivets Radio Network. The rapid inning still scoreless from Simmons Field, Rockford Rivets, and Kenosha Kingfish. Let's meet the Kingfish lineup 1 through 9 as it is presented for the home side. Parker Stinson, a lefty bat, will lead things off, play left field. Then James McCoy, right fielder, switch hitter, will bat second. Lefty bat of Drake Westcott in the 3-hole. Ian Collier bats clean up from the right side. Then it's left-handed hitting DH Jacob Tobias batting fifth. Right-handed hitting Brady Council bats sixth. Josh Leslie, another righty, bats seventh. He's joined in the bottom third by the left-handed bat of Ben Lloyd, and the switch hitting Antonio Brown will round things off at ninth. Give you the Rockford defense presented by head coach JT Scara. Garrett Sheffield out in left field, Cy Krittenberger in center, Johannes Hawkinson, and right is your outfield. Dylan Robertson over at third base, Jake Bellata at shortstop, Luke Sefcik at second, set to turn two, and Colton Klein making his first career start at first base, not just in the Northwoods League, but ever, as he told us leading in. So that'll certainly be something to watch. Ryan Happy doing the catching for your starting pitcher on the mound, Ryan Green, making his second start of the season. The right-hander out of Concordia, Wisconsin, went 5 innings on Thursday against the Traverse City Pittsbitters, gave up 2 earned runs in the first inning on 5 hits, then settled into his start nicely, walking 2, striking out 4. First batter will face is the left-handed hitting Stinson. Nestles into the box through 7 games this season, 7 for 23 at the dish, a home run, 7 RBIs. First pitch is a fastball that tails away from the lefty bat, 1-0. Work out of the windup straight away on the mound. Next pitch, fastball swung on and missed, and the count quickly even at a ball and a strike. Green stands towering presence on the mound straight away, twirls the baseball in his right hand off his belt loop, will quickly fire home as soon as Stinson steps in the box. It's a called strike on the outside edge, 1-2. Green stands 6'2", 200 pounds, a senior right-hander from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, tapped foul, first base side. 3-pitch mix for Green primarily. Fastball, curveball, changeup. We've seen him dip to that sidearm angle at times as well with the fastball. Stifled Traverse City for a lot of weak contact at Rivets Stadium for his first start of the season. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody outs here, bottom of the first, scoreless. Green pitching to the leadoff man, Stinson. He comes back with a fastball. It's fouled off this time to the left side. Off the facing of the Kingfish dugout. It'll stay at 1-2. Balls, 2 strikes. Now the pitch. Breaking ball popped foul again. Good fight from the Kenosha leadoff man, Stinson, who plays his college ball at Indiana State for the Sycamores this season. Played in 31 games, started 25, hit just a shade over 250 with 3 home runs and 15 runs batted in. Next pitch on the way, the breaking ball's a called strike 3. Broke the curveball over the outside edge. It froze Stinson, who battled hard, but will go down looking to start the bottom of the first. It's been a continued theme for these Rockford Arms. Good starting pitching. James McCoy, switch hitter, will bat from the left side against Green. Set to go here with 1 away. McCoy, a power bat. He's 6'4", 210. A lot of pop, but in these weather conditions, not sure how much that'll play as the first pitch is outside from Green, 1-0. Just a 231 average, but already 2 long balls, 8 runs batted in. Stands with a very open stance from the left side. He'll close off with his right-footed stride towards the plate. Takes off once more, 2-0. Just 7 games for McCoy. He's 6 for his first 26. 2-0 pitch. Fastball dives underneath the bat path, generates a swing and a miss, 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike as the rain continues to fall. Green can't find the grip on a changeup. It sails high, 3-1, the count to McCoy. Now, the rain's going to continue to persist here tonight, but it looks like it's going to come to an end around 7:15, so about 45 more minutes of consistent rainfall. But credit to the grounds crew. Field's been in great shape, and it is playable condition despite the showers falling. McCoy takes ball 4 low, so it'll be a 1-out walk for the Kingfish. McCoy aboard with 1 out for Drake Westcott. Be the third straight batter in the lefty box that Green has seen to start the evening. Westcott's 8 for 24 on the young season through 7 games, a 3.33 average. Home run and 6 runs batted in. Breaking ball still north of the letters. Green struggling to get the grip on that pitch amidst the moist conditions. 1-0 to Westcott. Westcott was hitless on Monday before the off day against Battle Creek. Now his fastball spiked, excuse me. It's blocked by Hampy, who's off to his left to get it. He reaches out of his crouch, gets set to throw, and there's too much dirt cloaked up in his cleats, so he decides not to let the baseball go. McCoy advances on the wild pitch to second base, but you can see Hampy there shaking the dirt out from underneath his cleats. That's going to be part of the elements it's going to play as tonight goes on. So runner on second with 1 out for Kenosha here in the bottom of the first. It's a 2-0 count to Drake Westcott. 2-0 pitch is popped foul. Ryan Green will attack hitters. I saw the early damage in that Traverse City game in the first inning last time out, but somebody who'll look to settle in, and as he gets deeper into counts, force the hitters to be off balance, but can struggle at times when falling behind. But he comes back with 2 straight fastballs. Westcott's late on the swing. He sends it foul, third base side into the stands. 2-2 the count. It's a very compact facility here at Simmons Field. There's some field level seating just off the brick wall that separates the dark green seats that litter throughout the stadium up both lines. Very compact, maybe about 3 rows of seating, very close to field level. Not a lot of foul territory here. 2-2 pitch, changeup runs inside, and the count's full. Then the outfield, you have very shallow dimensions. It's 314 down the left field line, where the boat prop is parked that serves as a wall down the left field line, and then the field level seating fishbowl club with about a waist high fence. It's around 340 mark. Here's the pitch, 3-2, rolled foul towards the third base coach's box. It's 330 down the line and right, and those walls are a little higher, maybe about 7 feet high, so a little harder to take it out pull side for Westcott, especially with the weather going against him. Here's the next 3-2 pitch. Breaking balls upstairs, and it's ball 4. So 2 walks for Green, 2 base runners with 1 out for Kenosha. And that breaking ball that he's tried to go to get hitters out, and he struggled with the feel for it here in the early going. He's knocking his caked cleats off the mound, trying to get some of that dirt removed as showers continue to fall, trying to make an adjustment in the condition. Ian Collier, the catcher and Kenosha's cleanup hitter, comes to the plate. He's the first hitter from the right side. Green will see tonight. 6'2", 215-pound freshman catcher from Texas. He's just 2 for 17 this season. Green trying to find the zone low with a fastball, 1-0. Collier, like you said, just 2 hits, but one of those was a home run, 3 runs batted in. It's a Kenosha team that hits for a lot of power, plays to the strength of its ballpark here at Simmons Field. 1-0 pitch is laced straight back up the middle, past the shortstop Balata into center field for a base hit. A wave around third. Krittenberger's throw in is short on 1 hop to Hampy. Scoring standing is McCoy. It's an RBI single for Ian Collier. And just like that, the Kingfish, with their first hit of the game, take a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. Westcott moves up to second on the play, an RBI single for Collier. That's RBI number 4 with just his 3rd hit of the campaign. And that pitch just got too much of the plate from Green and a hitter's count. Collier was able to guide it perfectly up the middle. That's going to be the play in the game today. Neither team's going to drive the ball particularly much in these conditions. The team that can hit more singles and have more timely offense is going to be the one that comes out on top. First pitch on the way, swung on and missed from Jacob Tobias. 6'1", 230, the DH, a lefty bat from Bakersfield, California. A lot of warm weather hitters, or warm water fish, I guess you could call them, in a very cool and chilly night here at Simmons. Have to think the climate advantage probably goes to the Rockford roster, but so far Kenosha hasn't been phased. Pitches inside 1-1. Tobias 2 for 14 on the young season, a double, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts through 4 games. Hits in his last 2, laces a ball foul towards the Kingfish bullpen that is just almost absolutely submerged. Someone will go fish out that bobber, and it's a 2-1 count. Ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 on. Already 1 across in the bottom of the first. Kenosha leads Rockford 1-0. The pitch is bounced first base side, scooped up by Klein up the line. He'll walk it to the bag, beat Tobias there. So 3 unassisted on the putout. Both runners move up 90 feet, now 2 down in the first. So far, so good over at first base for Colton Klein in his first career appearance there. Was able to field that one up the line, scoop it low, and walk it over to the bag. Get some words from Luke Sefcik, the second baseman. We 2 down now for Brady Council. Bullducks on the pond if Council can drive them in and help the Kingfish extend this lead. He's 7 for 22 this season, a .318 hitter, 6 RBIs already for him. Green tried to start him off with the curveball, but it's high for ball 1. Council 318 through 7 games. The freshman from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, after hitting just 200 through 100 at-bats for the Golden Gophers of Minnesota in the spring. Green's fastball over the inside edge, even the count at 1-1. Ball, 1 strike. Green out of the windup. The pitch, breaking ball, never broke. Instead, it hits Council right on the inside hip. He'll head down to first base, and now loaded with 2 outs are the base paths here in the first inning. And that's just where Green has struggled so far in this first inning. You can see him frustrated off the back of the mound, trying to kick his cleats clean of the dirt. It's really affected him getting a feel on that breaking ball, but now it's time for a local product. Josh Leslie, his first at-bat of the season, will come with the bases loaded here in the first. Leslie, a returning Kingfish. First pitch low and inside. It's 1-0. And you can see the frustration from Green trying to kick off those cleats. He's also approaching that pitch count limit that would see him come out of the game, not be able to start another inning. And because of that, arms already scurrying towards the Rockford bullpen. Next pitch is fouled straight back, and the count's 1-1. Five pitches away from that 35 pitch threshold that sees a pitcher unable to return for a second inning of work. So a big out to get here with the bases loaded in a 1-0 game. Next pitch, low and away on the fastball, 2-1 to Leslie. You can see the frustration from Green, just trying to get his feet cleaned off. Talking to him pregame, wondering if these weather conditions, the tarp being out on the field, not having your typical rhythm, your typical warm-ups, was going to phase him. He gets a ground ball here, but it's foul third base side, 2-2. He said it wouldn't really phase him. He's not as routine oriented as some other pitchers. Pitched a game for Concordia, Wisconsin this season after an hour rain delay and was actually pretty effective in that start. He had 3 complete games this season for Concordia, Wisconsin, but already at risk in this one. Has to find a way to get the last out quickly. Drops sidearm first time. The release point is outside, and the count's full 3-2. Big pitch in the grand scheme of this game. Nowhere to put him. Full count, 2 outs, 1-0 Kenosha, bottom of the first. A pitch from Green. It's swung on and drilled towards right center field. Hawkinson's got a beat on it. That ball's not going to carry too much in that wind and rain tonight. Hawkinson makes the catch in shallow right center field, and that will end the inning under the 35 pitch mark. So Ryan Green survives. Bends, breaks a little bit, but is able to stay in the game for Kenosha in the inning. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. 3 left on base as the Kingfish leave them loaded through 1 inning. 1-0 Kingfish. Rivets will come to the plate after this on the Rockford Rivets Radio Network. Through an inning from Simmons Field, it's 1-0 Kingfish over the Rockford Rivets. Andre Maguero, happy you could join us out of the Northwoods League league-wide off day here on a Wednesday evening. Johannes Hawkinson, Ryan Hampy, Luke Sefcik. It's 5-6-7 in the Rivets lineup coming to the dish against Blake Pivaroff, who struck out a pair after giving up a hit through that first inning of work unscathed. Hawkinson steps into the righty box. First pitch swung on a miss. Pivaroff started him off with a slider that dove underneath the bat path. Hawkinson, 9 for 32 this season, 281 hitter through 8 games. Looking for his first extra base hit. Pivaroff goes right back inside with a breaking ball and stings the inside edge for 0-2. Hawkinson has struggled a lot on this road trip for Rockford. Was 0 for 5 Monday with 4 strikeouts, and there's a 3-pitch strikeout right there on the inside fastball. Just 3 pitches to sit him down. It's already the third K for Pivaroff. One away here in the second. So one down, nobody on. Ryan Hampy will step into the righty box for Rockford. Through 7 games this season, he's 5 for 24, a home run, 6 runs batted in. 3 for 13 on the road trip. First pitch swung on, fouled straight back. Got a fastball over the heart of the plate, just barely missed the first pitch ambush. 0-1. Pivaroff has been in the zone early and often, starting ahead of hitters. Hampy tried to ambush early on. 0-1 pitch. This time the fastball's tight in towards his hands that are collapsed towards his graphite-colored road uniform. So those road uniforms for Rockford tonight, the gold numbers and lettering blocked, outlined in black, gold numbers and lettering on those uniforms. Breaking ball this time inside from Pivaroff. Hampy in a 2-1 count. He'll grab the play from the right side, jut out his left elbow. 2-1 pitch, fastball over the heart of the plate again. It's a late swing from Hampy, fouled off to the right side out of play. Pivaroff already looking for strikeout number 4. Peers in, gets his sign off the first base side of the rubber, high leg kick in the 2-2. Another fastball. Hampy just missed it, fouling it back. Hampy twirl the bat a couple of times, have it come to rest on his right shoulder, bend at the knees in the righty box. Pivaroff kicks and deals the next 2-2. Breaking ball low and inside. Has good snap on that breaking pitch. Both a changeup on that occasion, but the count's now full to Hampy. Battles back into a full count. 3-2 pitch. Fastball hit on the ground left side. It's the shortstop Lloyd who vacuums it in deep in the hole. His throw across in time. 2 Kenosha natives on the left side of that infield for the Kingfish. That time it's Lloyd, who had plenty of time to shuffle over to his right. It was a worm burner from Hampy, and particularly with the wet conditions, that ball's not going to move too fast, unlike the last venue for Rockford Kokomo Municipal with the all-turf infield. So plenty of time for Lloyd to get over. 2 down, nobody on. Luke Sefcik be the last hope to extend the inning for the Rivets here in the second. 8 for 33 on the young season, a 242 average. Pivaroff snaps another breaking ball to get ahead 0-1. That's been on early, and it's gotten ahead of these Rockford bats. Looking to make the adjustment is Sefcik. Fastball fouled off to the right side, 0-2. And you're seeing what makes Pivarov so effective at times for the Sun Devils. The reason why he was one of the more heavily relied on arms in the back half of the season. Fastball has plenty of life on it in the low 90s. Rockford hasn't been able to time it up yet, and the breaking ball has just stifled them. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball bounces in. It'll go over the left shoulder of Collier, who is down the block towards the backstop. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sefcik back into the righty box. He's 4 for 18 on the road trip. 3 RBIs, 2 extra base hits. 1-2 pitch, fastball north of the letters inside. Groff kicks off his left cleat. That's adjacent to the mound. Now Kickson deals home out of the windup. Was a tight fastball that Sefcik spoils foul to the right side to stay in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sefcik's been working on getting his hands to the ball quickly, especially on a plus fastball that gets to you like Pivarov. He's seen a lot of fastballs in this AB. See if Pivarov elects to go off speed to try to get him out in front here in a 2-2 count. Back on the mound, a deep breath in the pitch. 2-2 fastball. This time it's swung on and missed for strike 3. There's your 4 strikeouts. Second straight inning with multiple strikeouts to start out for Pivarov. And the Rivets go quietly in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. 1-0 Kenosha led to the bottom of the second after this. You're on the Rivets Radio Network. Back in Kenosha, 1-0 Kingfish over the Rockford Rivets. It'll be 8-9-1 in the Kenosha order here in the second against starter Ryan Green, who just barely by the skin of his teeth remains on the mound for another inning of work. So Lloyd into the left-handed batter's box, 4 for 22 through 6 games. Green threw 34 pitches to get it out of that first inning, leaving the bases loaded full of Kingfish after conceding the 1 run, but 35 would have meant that his Northwoods League night would have been over per the pitch count rules, where you cannot re-enter for another inning after throwing 35 pitches in one frame. But he lives to fight another day. First pitch, a fastball outside to Lloyd. Robertson was charging in from third base, but Lloyd never showing bunt. Got to be careful with that, as wet and as much moisture as this field has absorbed. Next pitch is a fastball tight 2-0 to Ben Lloyd. But certainly somebody that can handle the bat can play with an infield that is just going to deaden the baseball today. Green's missed with 3 straight. This one up, and it's 3-0. Lloyd, Kenosha native, goes to Notre Dame, where he did not feature this season for the Irish. 3 out. Low and inside. A 4-pitch walk will start off the second. It's already 3 walks for Green here in the second inning. He'll now face the 9-hole man, Antonio Brown. I don't think it's much of a physical issue at this point for Green, but Brown's a switch hitter. He'll bat from the left side against Green. 5'9", 185-pound sophomore from Vernon Hills, an Illinois native. Just 2 for 11 on the young season through 4 games, but already does have 4 RBI to his credit. First pitch shows bunt. He'll pull back as the fastball is up and out. Robertson came charging in from third. Wheel play was on for Rockford. Antonio Brown's somebody that can handle the bat surely. Robertson's going to stay up on the grass at third base, past the cutout. 2.5-step lead from Lloyd. We'll see how aggressive he is trying to swipe a bag. He'll go on the pitch. The pitch is swung on and missed on a curveball. Hampy has to double clutch on his throw. It's muffed off the glove of Bellata. Sefcik into shallow center field. Now throws it over to third. Lloyd thought about getting up and going to third. Went about a third of the way before he saw Sefcik's throw heading to third and retreated back to the second base bag. So a stolen base on what was just an ugly play all around was a good jump from Lloyd. And then double clutch from Hampy went off the glove of Bellata, spilled out to center field where Sefcik had to retrieve. And maybe on a drier day, that one gets further away from the second baseman, and Lloyd's on third base. But Rockford will take what they can get. 1-1 count. The next pitch is a fastball fouled off, and it's 1-2. Somewhat surprised. Brown maybe didn't think about squaring around there as a 9-hole man. Could have got the runner to third with 1 out, but now in a 1-2 count. He'll watch the curveball up, and it's 2-2. Brown hit 281 this spring for Mercer through 53 games. No home runs, 11 RBIs. Not too much pop in the bat. He'll crowd the plate from the left side. His hands outstretched over home plate, jutting out his right elbow. Pitches low and inside, and the count's 3-2. Already the 5th 3-ball count for Green, first time through the lineup. Pitch count hasn't been his best friend. Big payoff on the way. Fastball hit on the ground towards shortstop. On a couple of hops, Bellata has it. Zips it right over to first. It'll retire Brown, but taking off on contact was Lloyd. He's able to get the third base, 1 away here in the second. Was a pretty good jump from Lloyd. That was a ball that hit the infield grass, and once again, with all the wetness and the moisture on the field, just totally detonated the baseball. Bellata had to sit back on it on that case, and Lloyd was able to make the aggressive jump, get to third base on a ball where maybe if these conditions aren't as they are today, probably gets to him a lot quicker, and Lloyd probably has to retreat to the second base bag. But now puts him 90 feet away, wild pitch, pass ball in play. The top of the lineup, and Parker Stinson coming to the dish. Stinson, a strikeout victim back in the first. First pitch from Green, fastball upstairs, 1-0. Sac fly also in play for Stinson, somebody that can elevate the baseball towards the outfield. Rockford outfield playing shallow. They'll bring the infield up as well with the wet surface. That time, the breaking ball, the changeup more specifically, floats over the top. And it's in there for a called strike, according to home plate umpire Jack Barry. Counts even at 1-1. Graphite picket fence across the infield. 1-1 pitch. That time the changeup dives underneath the bat. It swung on and missed. 1-2. Only 1 strikeout first time through for Green. It was against Stinson. If he could get him here, what a huge second out that would be. Ahead in the count, 1-2. Here's a pitch. Drops to the sidearm angle, but it's just low and outside. Stinson wasn't biting. 2-2. It's only the second time we saw Green drop to that sidearm motion. Saw him do it with much more regularity against the pit spitters, especially as the game waned on second, third time through the order. A new look to keep them off balance. Generated a lot of soft contact. We'll see what he does here. Over the top with the fastball. It's high, and the count's full. And there's your 6-3 ball count already for Green. Walking him here does put the double play in order. We'll see what he does 3-2. Breaking ball off the hands, looped behind the third base bag. Robertson chases it down along the foul line to make the catch. Retreating towards third base is Lloyd. He'll stay put. So a pop out for Stinson in a big second out of the inning without allowing that runner to have a chance to score. Green gets good movement on that changeup, got in on the hands of the lefty bat, and it was nothing but an inside-out swing from Stinson that Robertson was able to get back on. So 2 outs, runner on third, still 1-0 Kenosha. James McCoy will be the batter. He walked and scored in the first. First pitch, laced out towards left center field. That'll get down and split the gap for a base hit. Cutting it off is Sheffield. McCoy heading towards second. The throw on one hop is not in time. A stand-up double for James McCoy, and that one will plate Lloyd and make it 2-0 Kingfish. Just a really good piece of opposite field hitting from James McCoy. Ambushed the first pitch he saw, was able to send it out into the left center gap, and had plenty of power on it, rolling it almost all the way to the wall. That's a rare extra base hit we'll see tonight after a ball hits that soaked grass in the outfield. But he's able to get it far enough to get into scoring position with 2 down. Stuck on the pond now for Drake Westcott. He walked, was stranded on third back in the first. First pitch from Green, fastball low, blocked by Hampy. Good jump from McCoy. The throw to third on one hop. Robertson had to smother it in front of the third base bag to prevent it from getting into the outfield. McCoy safe on the stolen base, and he's into third, 90 feet away here with 2 outs. A risky move to steal third, but it profits for the Kingfish. Next pitch, change up upstairs, and the count 2-0 to Drake Westcott. Westcott, with his walk in the first, now reached in all 8 games he's played in this season. Slightly open stance from the left side. Bat rests on his left shoulder. Green comes back with a breaking ball that floats away from the hitter's bat path to make the count 2-1. A lot of deep counts for Green, but he's been mixing his pitch as well. He's out of the windup here, the 2-1 pitch. Fastball hit on the ground for Sefcik in the hole at second. Deep, he'll make the sidearm throw in time. Decline to end the inning. But the Kingfish do get a run on a hit, an RBI double from James McCoy. There were no errors and 1 man left on base. 2-0 Kenosha through 2, and the Rivets will send 8-9-1 to the dish after this here on the Rockford Rivets Radio Network. Top of the third from Simmons Field in Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's 2-0 Kingfish, adding on a run in each of their first two plate appearances. So work for this Rivets offense to do, but this is where the Rockford offense has come alive in recent games on this road trip, getting towards the second time through the order against starter Blake Piveroff. It's 8-9-1 scheduled to hit in the inning. Garrett Sheffield, Jake Bellata, and then the leadoff man, Ty Krittenberger. Piveroff has been good so far. The hard-throwing right-hander out of Arizona State through 2 innings has struck out 4, allowing just 1 hit, no runs. We'll see if he can continue that, though. Second time through as Sheffield looks set to lead off the inning into the righty box. Sheffield is somebody that has struggled to get it going offensively and has been susceptible to the strikeout at times. 13 of them through 6 games this season. He's 3 for 19. Is coming off a hit Sunday in Kokomo, his third of the season. First pitch is tight for ball 1. Sheffield backing out of his way in the righty box. Third baseman Josh Leslie creeped in towards the cutout at third. Rest of the infield back for Kenosha. Rain has dissipated after starting the game falling pretty consistently as Piveroff snaps off a slider that's low in the dirt, 2-0. These are conditions that can play right into the hands of Garrett Sheffield. 2-0 pitches on the way. Fastball inside, just off his left elbow that juts out over home plate, 3-0. But Sheffield's somebody with a lot of speed. Anything hit on the ground is going to be tricky to retire him in this game, and his pace on the base paths will certainly play. Here's a 3-0. Fastball over the inside edge. Sheffield had taken a step out of the batter's box towards first base. He'll have to go back in now. 3 balls and 1 strike. Groff has just allowed the 1 base runner so far, being the single by Klein in the first inning. The 3-1 is just over the inside edge again. Sheffield, for the second time, went creeping towards the first base bag, but the count's now full at 3-2. 9 walks for Sheffield in through 6 games. A good on-base presence despite the bat not consistently being there. But the 3-2 pitch, a swing and a foul tip into the glove of Collier. And that's strikeout number 5 already for Piveroff. 1 down here in the third. That's a momentum killer there for Sheffield. It was 3-0 up in the count. Got a big swing and miss from Piveroff, who has a 9-hole man Bellata up. He's been in cruise control, but we mentioned not a lot of usage out of him this season at Arizona State. Not sure how built up his arm is, and it looks like that is going to do it for Piveroff through just 2 1/3. He only had 25 innings under his belt this season at Arizona State, but if he continues to build up that arm, could definitely be a good asset to this Kingfish rotation. His longest outing was just 2 2/3. That came April 10th against Stanford. So we'll have a new arm here for the Kingfish when we come back. We'll step aside. Top of the third, 1 out, nobody on, 2-0 Kingfish. You're listening to the Rockford Rivets Radio Network. Here in Kenosha, top of the third inning, new Kingfish arm in the top of the third after starter Blake Pivaroff dominates through that first 2 and a third, striking out 5, allowing 1 hit. But now the ball handed off to left-hander from Ole Miss, Luke Ellis. For Ellis, fourth appearance of the season, he's 2-0 so far through 6 innings, a 4.50 ERA. He's allowed 3 earned runs on 9 hits. First pitch fastball taken for a called strike to Jacob Balata. Right-handed bat, 9-hole hitter in the Rockford lineup. Balata 417 this season, paces the Rivets as he has to duck inside, contort himself out of the way in the righty box. A high snapped fastball from Ellis. Way inside, and the count's 1-1. Next pitch fastball now has to duck his shoe tops out of the way in the righty box. That runs inside quickly on the right-handed bats. Plenty of snap on the fastball from the newly inserted Ellis, 2-1. Ellis did not feature for Ole Miss this season. High leg kick in the delivery, another low heater. Count is 3 balls and 1 strike. But Ellis has certainly found the strike zone this season here in the Northwoods League. 3 walks to just 9 strikeouts, but he's fallen behind Balata here. 4 straight low pitches, and that will be a walk. Second base runner for Rockford, and the first walk for this pitching staff. I'll turn the lineup over for Ty Crittenberger. Second time through now for the Rivets here in the top of the third, trailing by 2. Ellis's last work came against Battle Creek on Sunday when an inning gave up a run on 2 hits. He's given up a run in all 3 of his outings, but he's also, except for that outing against Battle Creek, on at least 2 innings, which I'm sure Kenosha will be looking to do. And bridge it together from here. Your offense has already worked Ryan Green up through 50 pitches in the first 2 frames, but Ellis struggling to hit the strike zone here early. That's low to Crittenberger, 1-0. Crittenberger ran the count full against Pivaroff first time through before striking out looking to start the ball game. Middle infield set to turn 2. That one's way tight on Crittenberger, who pulls his hands in towards his body. Now 2-0. It's another fastball from Ellis, so all we've seen is the hard stuff so far. Ellis's best outing came back on June 2nd against Kokomo. 2 2/3, allowed 1 earned run, struck out 4. He's north with the fastball now after missing low pretty consistently to Balata. And that's now 7 straight out of the zone for Ellis since coming in with that first pitch strike to Balata. 3-0 on the way. Low and inside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Now, if it's any consolation for Ellis, he's been out of the zone with 8 straight. He's got a favorable matchup here. Rockford's starting to get in business here in the third. Colton Klein, the lefty bat, will step into the box. And that cross-body delivery from Ellis and the life on the fastball. Could be a frustrating matchup here for Klein, but he does have Rockford's lone hit of the game so far. Single back up the middle in the first inning. Bends at the knees in the left-handed batter's box. Ellis snaps a fastball, but it's off the outside edge. That's how much closer to the zone Klein still takes for ball 1. Sun trying to peek its way out here in Kenosha. Still mostly cloudy skies after the rain has subsided, flooding the field for most of the day. 1-0 pitch. Fastball this time finds the outside, black count even at 1-1. That may be the confidence booster that Ellis needs. He's peering back the runner at second, being shadowed by Lloyd, the shortstop. Next pitch, first look at the breaking ball, and it's way off the plate in the righty box. Easy take for Klein. Ellis cleaning his cleats off after an awkward landing coming off the mound for that breaking ball. Umpires will grant him time as he takes the screwdriver in to try to clean those cleats off. They are caked in dirt right now. It's been a problem we've seen for multiple pitchers, namely Ryan Green for Rockford, just trying to get his footing straight on that mound with all the dirt in his spikes. Now he's back on the mound. He stares straight down at the hitter, his hips squared off towards first base. Now a deep breath, high leg kick in the pitch. 2-1s inside, 3-1. After coming in with one out and nobody on here in the third, Ellis one pitch away from walking the bases loaded full of Rivets. 3-1 pitch. Fastball's way outside, and now they are loaded. 3 straight walks for Ellis since being inserted into the ballgame. So the pitching coach, Steve Andrade, will come out for a mound visit. There's nobody up right now in the Kenosha pen. Nobody even off with the sweatshirts right now in these mid-50s temperatures. They're going to have to rely on Ellis and ride him out from this situation. You've got the lefty Robertson set to come up, and then it's the Northwoods League RBI leader, Matthew Mebane, waiting on deck now. And look, a favorable matchup against Robertson. You just got to find a way to get your lefty in the strike zone right now. Of course, it's a first-year coaching staff for the Kingfish. New ownership takeover. Field manager Mike Pacaro no longer with the team. And a fresh breath of life here in Simmons Field. Already mentioned the new infield surface inserted into Simmons Field this season. But you've got Sean McSheffrey, the field manager, and your pitching coach, Steve Andrade. It's out there right now. Also, Casey Moe, the hitting coach who coaches third base. Andrade's got a lot of experience, a 9-year professional, made his major league debut in 2006 for the Kansas City Royals. Long mound conference right now, just trying to calm down Ellis. Lefty that's had a lot of success so far in the Northwoods League. Just a freshman this year at Ole Miss, didn't see any game action. But he's come into his own nicely so far in the Northwoods League, but this is his first real scary situation to try to maneuver out of. Control hasn't been a huge issue so far in the season for Ellis. Only had 3 walks on the season through 6 innings coming into tonight. You can see Andrade getting on his knees right now, trying to dig out a landing spot for Ellis on the pitcher's mound. Don't normally see this from your pitching coach on a nightly basis. He's down on his knees right now, digging a hole in the dirt on the pitcher's mound. His back is turned to us here in the press box, but he's trying to make things more comfortable for his reliever. This is dedication right now. First baseman Drake Westcott's getting in on the action too, stooped over to his right. I mean, this is an unusual sight, to say the least. Ellis is just standing there watching his pitching coach trying to fix the mound. Now the umpiring crew's coming out as well. Third base umpire Steve Bartlestein's just out there watching him continue to dig out this hole. Everybody around him kind of shaking his head, but hey, there's a method to his madness. And now Bartlestein's going to come out and actually rake off the landing spot in front of the mound as well, the third base umpire. And now the field crew is coming out with some quick dry. So it looks like there was something with the landing spot for Ellis. And his pitching coach took matters into his own hand, now taking the rake himself, trying to adjust it, raking off in front of the mound vigorously, right to left. As the crew comes out with the quick dry and another rake to try to solidify this. Again, there's been rain in the forecast all day. It fell pretty heavy in the late morning, early afternoon hours, and really soaked Simmons Field, also soaked Rivets Stadium. Rockford was drenched in rain getting onto the bus for the brief 2-hour ride out this way. Rivets will commute home the night before coming back here tomorrow for the series finale. Then the showers subsided upon Rockford's arrival, and it looked like it was going to be a dry night for some baseball. Another storm surge rolled in right before first pitch. A lot of us up here in the press box thought, hey, in all honesty, first pitch is probably going to be delayed, but the grounds crew here at Kenosha did a spectacular job getting this field ready. And there were puddles all over the complex, all over the infield, all over the outfield. They were able to shovel enough of them off to make this field playable and put Fair Territory in good shape. But now the pitcher's mound, after an excess of 100 pitches already here in the top of the third inning, there's been some work done on that pitcher's mound to try to make things more comfortable for these pitchers to land. So heads up to Andrade, who came out of the dugout and made the necessary adjustment for Ellis, who's now going to take some warm-up tosses off this newly cemented surface with quick dry, and he looks a lot more comfortable now throwing the baseball. Ellis is still kicking off in front of the pitcher's mound, trying to find a good spot for him to land. Doesn't help that his spikes are also just caked as well. He's going to have one of his infielders come in. Looks like that's either Lloyd or Leslie from the left side of the infield. What they're trying to do right now is put a little divot in front of that mound so he has somewhere good to push off. That's been the big issue right now for Ellis. We'll see how that adjustment works for him as he fires in a couple more warm-up tosses. But now that the parade on the pitcher's mound has concluded, Andretti's going back into the dugout with the grounds crew. It looks like we're going to get back to some baseball. Dylan Robertson's been waiting outside of that Rivets dugout for about 3 minutes now. He's crouched down at his knees, rotating the bat back and forth. Is actually wearing Ty Crittenberger's Western Kentucky batting gloves. You can see the WKU logo on the palm of those batting gloves. He now sits with the bat pressed up against his left hip. Takes a couple more practice swings and is now ready to approach the lefty box. Well, that was something that I did not expect to see tonight, but after about a 5-minute delay to adjust the pitcher's mound and a pitching coach that went down on his hands and knees and carved out a hole for his reliever, we'll finally get the at-bat to Robertson started. The bases are loaded with one out. It's 2-0 Kingfish, and the first pitch is a fastball over the inside edge for strike one to Robertson. Flew out to center field, first time up shallow. Tony Brown hasn't played super shallow right now in center. A 1 pitch off the outside edge. A little low as well, as counts even at 1-1. Third baseman Leslie, even with the cutout at third. Middle infield back. First baseman not holding on the runner. Westcott's even with the bag. Next pitch outside, 2-1. 3 straight walks for Ellis since entering the game. Bellata, 9-hole man's on third. The top of the lineup, Crittenberger walked as well as Klein, who waits off first. Another pitch outside, 3-1. So another one outside the zone will force a run across and get the Rivets on the board. 2-0, bases loaded, 3-1 count here in the top of the third. The pitch from Ellis. Fastball low and outside. It's ball 4. All the theatrics don't pay dividends in the at-bat against Dylan Robertson as Bellata comes home to score. Everybody moves up 90 feet. It's an RBI walk for Dylan Robertson. Second RBI of the season, 2-1 game here in the top of the third. And it gets a lot scarier here for Ellis. The margin gets that much shorter with Matthew Mebane coming up to the plate. First pitch is inside. It skips off the backstop, coming home to score. On the play is Crittenberger. He'll jog in easily as it gets past Collier, and Rockford has tied the game at 2. Pitch is taken as a ball from Mebane. It was way inside and just scooted right past Collier. Klein up to third, Robertson up to second, and a brand new ball game here at Simmons Field. Finally, an arm is up and getting loose in the Kenosha bullpen, but hasn't even begun throwing off the mound yet in that bullpen. 1-0 to Mebane. Off the inside edge, it's strike one. Mebane struck out in the first. Leads the Northwoods League this season with 16 RBIs. Next pitch from the lefty. Inside, Mebane raises his hands out of the air. 2-1. Again, Mebane's stance closed off towards the right center gap. Antonio Brown has him shaded that way in center. Another pitch inside from Ellis. Collier had to lunge out to his left to keep that in front of him. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. First base is open. Johannes Hawkinson struck out first time. He waits on deck. 2-2 game. An RBI walk and a wild pitch moments ago have allowed Rockford to tie the game, scoring 2 in this inning without a hit. 4 straight walks from Ellis. The 3-1 is inside. Ball 4. Make it 5 straight. And for the second time this inning, the bases are loaded for the Rivets here in the top of the third. Knotted up at 2. Collier comes out for a mound visit as now action getting a little more ferociously down the left field line in that Kingfish bullpen. Joey Hurth, right-handed arm getting loose for the Kingfish. Johannes Hawkinson bats with the bases loaded and 1 man down. Infield a double play depth. First pitch from Ellis. Fastballs over the outside edge for strike one. And we were talking about it first at bat. Tough road trip so far for Johannes Hawkinson. He's just 2 for 16 with 9 strikeouts. But it'd be a big hit here if he could come through. Instead, he's down in the count 0-2. Ellis comes right back to the inside edge to get ahead. Now the full arsenal's in play. 0-2 pitch on the way. It's a called strike three. Right at the knees on the inner third. Hawkinson just shakes his head walking back to the Rockford dugout. And Ellis, who had walked 5 straight, got both corners from the home plate umpire in that AB. Hawkinson strikes out on 3 pitches, and it's a big second out of the third inning. I think that's where Hawkinson's frustration comes from. Not only the big strikeout numbers in the last few games, but the fact that Jack Barry gave him a very big zone in that at-bat, despite just walking 5 batters in a row. So now it's Ryan Hampy with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Pitches up and outside for ball 1. Hampy bounced out the shortstop back in the second inning for his first AB. Again, starter Blake Pivaroff was in cruise control, but what almost factored as a pitch count of around 40 caused him to come out after just 2 1/3, 5 strikeouts, and since then Luke Ellis has struggled to find the strike zone. He misses with 2 in a row inside to Hampy, who's up in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Bases still loaded here in the third, 2-2 ball game. 2-0 pitch. Fastball fouled off to the right side, 2-1. Earth looks ready to go in the Kenosha bullpen. We'll see if Ellis can wiggle his way out of the jam here in the third. Still no hits in the inning for the Rivets, 2-1. On the outside edge, a breaking ball, and it's 2-2. Ellis looked like he was ready to go into the dugout. He wants to get out of this nightmare inning, but he'll have to throw one more strike to do so. It was a good frame from Collier, who brought that pitch back towards the strike zone. 2-2. Check swing. He went around. It's a called strike 3 on the tight fastball. Hampy expands the zone, and the side is retired. Rockford does tie the game without a hit off of 5 walks, but they do leave the bases loaded here in the third. 2 runs, no hits, no errors, 3 men left. 2-2 ball game through 2.5 here on the Rivets Radio Network. Well, much like the weather today, it wasn't pretty for the Rivets, but they got back into this ball game. 2 runs in the top of the third on 5 Kenosha walks from reliever Luke Ellis. And now Ryan Green comes back on the hill for his third inning of work with a fresh slate, much like he did against the Traverse City Pittsbitters in his first start. He's set to face 4-5-6 in the Kenosha lineup: Collier, Tobias, and Council, the scheduled hitters. 2-2 ball game. He's reached the bottom of the third. Happy you could join us here on the Rivets Radio Network. Collier, an RBI single back in the first inning, got the scoring started for Kenosha, who scored one in each of its 2 frames so far. Green at 56 pitches through 2 innings. Out of the windup, Green straight away on the mound. There's the curveball, breaks over the heart of the plate for strike 1 to Collier. That's the key for Green. Obviously, with rain showers falling in the early innings, really struggled to grip his off-speed pitches, and that neutralized a big part of his arsenal. Didn't allow him to stay in the zone all that consistently either. Next pitch, fastball runs away, 1-1 to Collier. But if he can find a way to grip that curveball and that changeup consistently to hitters either side of the plate, can really get back into this outing and settle in. 1-1 pitch. Drops sidearm angle. The fastball is just off the outside edge. Hampy tried to pull it back. 2-1 now to Collier. Two balls and a strike. Straight away on the mound. High leg kick in the delivery. Fastball inside 3-1. Was wondering if Green was going to be able to come out and find the zone a little more aggressively in this half inning. Of course, we had all the theatrics in the last half inning with the Kenosha Kingfish making adjustments to the mound. The 3-1 is up and inside, lifting his arms out of the way as Collier, who takes ball 4. Second time he's reached today, 4th walk for Green. Leadoff man aboard in the 3rd. Of course, pitching coach Steve Andretti came out for a mound visit with Ellis in the last half inning and then got down on his hands and knees and dug out a hole for his pitcher to land in and push off with on the mound after Ellis had clearly looked uncomfortable with all the dirt clumping together on his spikes. And then the grounds crew came out, dropped off some quick dry, and it looked like it had helped Ellis settle into the strike zone. We'll see if it does the same here for Green. It's a walk to start the inning before he drops a changeup in on Tobias for strike 1. Tobias rolled over to first, grounded out unassisted to Colton Klein, who's holding on the runner now. First time up. 0-1 on the way from Green. Fastball low and away, 1-1. Middle infield, set to turn 2 for the Rivets. Robertson over at thirds, even with the bag playing off the line. You can barely see that third base bag. It's caked up in dirt, as is much of the field. 1-1, breaking ball over the outside edge, 1-2. Plenty of dampness on the field soon, but unfamiliar sight is the sun starting to peek its way out here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And the ballpark all of a sudden exploding to life. Very dreary start to the day. This one's blocked by Hampy, bouncing in the breaking ball. 2-2 is now the count. But the umbrellas have gone away. The baby blue Kingfish hats have come out as part of the ticket plan, and fans settling in here at Simmons Field. Looks a whole lot more like baseball right now. Fans filing into the Fishbowl Club as well. The field level seating littered throughout left field. Sidearm delivery from Green. 2-2. Fastball runs away. Counts full. That's been the Achilles heel for Green so far in the outing. 7th 3-ball count. And this is the 14th at-bat registered. Here's a 3-2. Runner takes off. Pitches high. Ball 4. Went back to a fastball and lost Tobias after being ahead in the count. Back-to-back walks start the 3rd, 2nd and 1st, with nobody out for Kenosha in a tied ball game. And that's going to result in pitching coach Tyler Fletcher coming out for his first mound visit of the evening. And this has been a long time coming. 5 walks for Ryan Green through 2+. Has not looked like the same version of himself that we saw against Traverse City during that beginning homestand. And Fletcher will be looking to correct those errors as an arm does jog out towards the Rivets bullpen. The newest arrival on this Rivets roster, Isaac Crabb, is currently making a walk out. Right now, just stretching off the mound, loosening his arm. Not even up throwing with the catcher yet, but he'll start to lightly toss as Coach Fletcher breaks off the mound. And he'll make a slow walk back to the dugout to give his starter some time to settle back in. 2 on, nobody out. Brady Council's your hitter. 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the third. Council was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. First pitch, breaking ball from Green, went back to the curveball. Council taps it foul towards the Kingfish dugout on the left side. That first pitch off speed from Green has used that to get ahead of hitters, but he hasn't consistently found that put away pitch yet. Corners come up on the cutout for the Rivets, neither runner being held on. Middle infield back to turn 2. 0-1 pitch. This time the breaking ball ducks away from the hitter, 1-1. Council, we said, just a 200 hitter this spring for Minnesota, was 0 for his last 13 for the Golden Gophers, who missed the Big Ten tournament this season in its first year being played since 2019. Fastball hit foul towards the field level seating to the left of the Kingfish dugout. 1-2, excuse me, is the count. So the Gophers had a lot less games played. Council came on a little late that season. Didn't start any of the first 8 games, but started 24 of the last 27. And although he came out of his Minnesota season ice cold, he's carried a hot bat here into the Northwoods League so far. 1-2 pitch. Won't chase the breaking ball, and it's 2-2. That was pitch number 70 for Green here already in the third inning. Dangles down the right arm, glove pinned to his left hip. Staring down the runner, now comes set out of the stretch. Slide step home, ground ball towards third. Robertson gets it, steps on the bag, his throw across the diamond. Can't be scooped by Klein. It kicks into foul territory around the Rivets bullpen. Klein's there to fish it out. Both runners will move up 90 feet. So raced on the play is the lead runner, Collier, by Robertson, but it's an E5 that allows Council to get up to second and Tobias up to third. 2 in scoring position with 1 out here in the inning. And that's what we've seen at times here from this Rivets infield, just trying to make a really tough play, throwing the ball away. Robertson had the out at third, but tried to make the plus play, throwing across the diamond, and he had enough on his arm to get Council out at first base. Just threw it wide of the bag. Klein couldn't dig it out on the short hop. You got to remember, it's somebody who's not a typical first baseman. He's playing first base for the first time ever over there tonight. So not a lot of experience, throws it wide of the bag, and could prove costly here for the Rivets. They'll bring Robertson up, the only infielder not playing back with 1 out and a runner on third. 1-0 the count to Josh Leslie. Flew out to right first time up. He sprays another towards right. Hawkinson coming in, dives. He made the catch. Runners won't tag. And it was a great throw into home. Tobias was already creeping off the bag, so he had to come back. Couldn't tag up. Hawkinson diving in head first. Makes the catch. His glove somersaults underneath his stomach, but he's able to squeeze onto the baseball for a huge second out. Leslie robbed of an RBI, and there's 2 down in the third. Was a line shot towards right field that had eyes for the grass, but Johannes Hawkinson, what a catch. Here's Ben Lloyd with 2 down. First pitch, Green breaking balls off the plate, 1-0. That's been the key for Johannes Hawkinson, even if the bat hasn't been there consistently, and he's riding a slump right now on this road trip. His defense has been huge in the early stages of the season for this Rivets team. Low and away, 2-0 to Lloyd. Hawkinson already 2 outfield assists, throwing 2 runners out at the plate already this season in a couple of diving catches. That one chief among them right there. 2-0 pitch. Off speed inside, 3-0 to Lloyd. First base is open. 9-hole man Antonio Brown waits on deck. Runners on second and third. Tie game. 2-0 pitch, rather 3-0 pitch is fastball on the outside edge, 3-1. 2 walks in an error in the inning. There's 2 in scoring position with 2 outs. Kingfish looking to take back the lead here in the bottom of the third. Green trying to close the door. 3-1 pitch, swung on, popped up. Robertson gives it a look left side. It'll reach the seats. So it's a full count. as a train goes roaring across the tracks in right field behind the parking lot here at Simmons Field. Crucial junction in this game. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, broken bat, blooper, charging in the shortstop, Bellata. He's got it in front of the second base bag, and that will retire the side. For the Kingfish, no runs, no hits. There was an error and 2 men left. Ryan Green bends, but does not break here in the third, and will stay tied at 2 through 3 here on the Rivets Radio Network. Fourth inning from Simmons Field, tied at 2 between the Rockford Rivets and the Kenosha Kingfish. Bottom third of the Rivets lineup comes to the dish. Shefsick, Sheffield, and Bellata, the scheduled hitters, against Luke Ellis. That somehow, some way, he's back out there for a second inning of relief. He walked 5 straight hitters after coming in for starter Blake Pivaroff and forced 2 runs across the dish for the Rockford Rivets, but got 2 big strikeouts to get out of the frame, leave the bases loaded, and the game tied. First pitch to Sefcik. Fastball on the outside edge for strike 1. 0-1 on the way. Hard hit toward shortstop, but on a couple hops, gobbled up by Lloyd. His throw is late as he bobbled the ball. Looked like he had it sure-handed in the glove, but just bobbled it on a couple of hops, and that's going to allow Sefcik to reach on the E6. And I mean, that one was right in towards his glove chest area. Just totally bobbled it on the transfer, and because of that, a late throw over to first that Sefcik beats out. So leadoff base runner, unconventional, albeit for the Rivets. Garrett Sheffield now the hitter. First pitch to Sheffield, fastball over the inside edge. You call it strike, going 1. And Ellis just again continues to settle in, pound these first pitch strikes. Largely due to his pitching coach, Steve Andretti, who came out, settled him down, and even fixed the mound, his throwing surface. As Sheffield fouls a pitch off 0-2. But fixed the landing spot on the surface. Had the grounds crew bring out some quick dry, dug a hole parallel to the rubber to allow him to push off of. And that's allowed Ellis to feel a little more comfortable on the mound and really dial into the strike zone. 0-2 on the way to Sheffield. Fastball just upstairs, 1-2. Good take from Sheffield with 2 strikes. Sefcik leads off first. Westcott, the first baseman, holds him on. Infield at double play depth for Kenosha. The lefty will check on the runner. Sefcik was a wide throw to the right. Westcott had to leap off the bag to keep that in front of him. But he's able to keep it in front. Sefcik doesn't move. Still 1-2. The count to Sheffield, who's back in the righty box. Wiggles the bat off his right ear hole. Ellis stares back the runner, straight away on the mound. Now a high leg kick in the delivery. Fastball just off the outside edge. Collier trying to buy another call. Try to pull that one back into the zone, but he sees outside, 2-2. Deep breath in the pitch. Fastball high, 3-2. That one got Collier out of his crouch behind home plate as it was well up towards the eyes of Garrett Sheffield, who tucks in his jersey before the 3-2 pitch. Sheffield got it to a full count in his first at-bat before going down swinging. 3-2. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 4. Sheffield twisted his body out of the way. He naturally crowds home plate from the right side, but it was a very spastic reaction, and he looked a little slow coming out of that righty batter's box. Hope he's okay as he jogs down to first base. Sefcik's up the second into scoring position. First two have reached. It's a 6th walk for Luke Ellis. So 2 on with nobody out. 9-hole man Jake Bellata comes up. Bellata walked and scored, backed in the 3rd. Shows bunt, pulls back. Fastball away, 1-0. That one was a little closer to the zone. Collier brought it back. I thought maybe Jack Berry would call that one a strike, but a good eye from Bellata. Start off the AB. He's now reached base in 16 of his 30 plate appearances so far this season after the walk. Shows bunt again, lays it down first base side. Collier picks up as it rolls into foul territory. So count even now at 1-1. Bellata's been a super professional hitter out of that 9-hole for Rockford in this game. The local product of Rockford University. Got a late start through the collegiate ranks. He's 25 years old. And boy, you would know he's a mature leader in that clubhouse for the Rivets and has been a professional hitter throughout JT Scarra's lineup. Huge hole on the left side of the infield. With the wheel play on, Bellata shows bunt, pulls back. This time it's a called strike on the breaking ball over the outside edge, and now the count's 1-2. The shortstop, Lloyd, just a couple steps off the bag at second. Counsell now creeps that way as well. Westcott's not holding on the runner at first. He's even with the bag off the line, as is the third baseman, Leslie. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Fastball chopped towards third. Leslie has it off his hip, steps on the third base bag, is thrown across the diamonds in time, a double play. Cleanly turned by Josh Leslie. 5-3 on the double play, erases Sefcik, and now 2 down with Sheffield on second. That's a big play from Josh Leslie. Came up with the ground ball cleanly on 2 hops off his left hip, shuffled to his right, stepped on the bag, and a really clean, accurate throw across that Westcott was able to catch about hip height. Still runner on scoring position for the top of the order. Ty Krittenberger shows bunt, pulls back. The pitch is a fastball for a called strike down the chute. Krittenberger struck out and walked today. 0 for 1. No balls, 1 strike. Ellis looks back the runner at second. Sheffield not being held on, continues to creep further off the second base bag, and now time called from Krittenberger in the righty batter's box. Oh, 1 on the way. Fastball low and outside, 1-1. Krittenberger, a hitting machine. 6 for 14 on the road trip. With his walk last time up, now reached in all 9 games he's played in the Northwoods League. For the 1-1, they'll check back at the runner on second. Sheffield's in safely. Krittenberger, of course, his second 3+ hit game of the season Monday, went 3 for 5 with a couple of RBIs in Kokomo. 1-1. Right at the letters, a called strike 2, a fastball from Ellis. Needs just 1 pitch to get out of the inning. Krittenberger will have to battle with 2 strikes. 2-2 ball game. Top of the 4th. Runner on second, 2 outs. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Sheffield takes off. A swing and a tapper. Past the mound. Charging in the second baseman. Counsell can't barehand it. Sheffield never stopped running. He breaks for home and he slides in safely. Heads up base running, Garrett Sheffield steals the Rivets a run, and it's 3-2 Rockford in the fourth. It's an infield single for Ty Krittenberger. The advancement for Sheffield's on an error to Brady Council, so no RBI for Krittenberger, but Rockford won't mind. They take a 3-2 lead in this ballgame. Sheffield took off on the pitch from second, rounded third, and never stopped running. Krittenberger was able to beat it out as Council went for the bare hand, overran the baseball, and that's all Sheffield needed to score. 3-2 Rivets. Ellis, his day is done after an inning and 2/3, as they will make a move to the bullpen, will the Kenosha Kingfish. We'll step aside. New details on the Kingfish arm when we come back here on the Rivets Radio Network. Top of the fourth from Kenosha, the Rivets have rallied from 2-0 down to take a 3-2 lead. The third Kenosha arm of the night here in the fourth inning, Joey Hurth, set to take the mound. The Indiana State Sycamore will face Colton Klein, lefty batter out of the two-hole in the Rockford lineup here with 2 outs. Krittenberger takes off on the first pitch. It's a fastball high. The throw to second is not in time. Stolen base for Krittenberger, who's now into scoring position with 2 outs. And more heads-up base running from the Rivets. Of course, just moments ago, an infield single from Krittenberger overran on a slow roller past the mound from the second baseman, Brady Council. And as soon as he overran the ball, Garrett Sheffield rounded third after running from second base, headed home, was able to dive in safely head first to give Rockford the lead on the E4. Pitch outside, decline 2-0 now the count. And it's just, again, another good job from this Rivets team. They always have the run production, even when the hits aren't falling. They have grinded out at bats and found ways to hustle runs across in the early phase of the season. 3 runs on just 2 hits for Rockford in this game so far. Klein takes off the plate again, and it's 3-0. 6 walks from Luke Ellis will no doubt be his undoing. He gave up 3 runs, 2 of which were earned, and he's still responsible for Krittenberger over in scoring position at second base. 3-0 from Hurth over the outside edge, strike 1 to Klein. For Hurth, this is just his second appearance of the young season. He went a scoreless inning against Kokomo back on June 1st, allowing no base runners, striking out 2. See how much length the Sycamore can give in a situation like this. Already third arm for Kenosha in the 4th inning. 3-1 pitch, swung on, tapped foul, first base side. 3-2, the countdown to Klein. Hurth for Indiana State this season didn't really give too much more of that length. His longest outing was 2 2/3. He pitched 35 2/3 this inning, a 5.3 ERA. Needs just one pitch to get out of this frame here. Get the Kingfish back up to the dish. 3-2 Rivets. Klein and a 3-2 count. Crittenberger over at second. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, hit foul. Third base side, off the facing of the netting in front of the field level seating. And so we'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Meanwhile, on the Rockford side, you have Ryan Green in excess of 75 pitches, and newcomer Isaac Crabb has been throwing in the Rivets bullpen the last half inning. He's now gone back into the dugout, so we'll see what decision lies ahead for head coach JT Scarra. But for now, it's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball, another tardy swing from Klein, sent foul into the seats. Klein will continue the battle against the newcomer Joey Hurth. This will be pitch number 8 of the at-bat. Sheffield walked in the fourth, got into scoring position. Infield single from Crittenberger sent him home. Off the error from Council, Crittenberger now out at second. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball up the middle, behind the bag. The shortstop Lloyd has it. He throws across in time, and that will retire the side. But in the inning, Rockford micromanages another run. They get 1 run on 1 hit. There were 2 Kenosha errors, 1 man left. Rivets have come from behind to take a 3-2 lead through 3.5. We'll see who comes out onto the mound for the Rivets. It's 9-1-2 to up for the Kingfish when we come back here on the Rockford Rivets Radio Network. Bottom of the 4th inning from Simmons Field, and the Rivets have turned this game on its head. It's 3-2 Screws heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. 9-1-2 due up for the Kenosha Kingfish. And Rockford's got a new arm on the mound in place of starter Ryan Green. It's the newcomer Isaac Crabb making his season debut for the Rivets. 6'2", 205-pound sophomore right-hander, as you said, just arrived today for the Rivets out of Harrisburg, Illinois. From the opposite end of the state, he made his way up to Rockford on the drive today, joined the Rivets on the road trip and making his debut. He's committed to join Louisiana Tech in the fall, but he plays for Wabash Valley, at least of this past spring. Made 22 appearances, went 3-0 with a 7.53 ERA. Through 28 2/3, gave up 24 earned runs on 40 hits, 10 walks, 31 strikeouts. Opponents hit 315 off of the right-hander. See what he's got in his locker. 9-1-2 due up for the Kingfish. Starts with Antonio Brown. Switch hitter will bat from the left side against the righty Crabb. First pitch, fastball off the glove of Hampy high, 1-0. Closes the door on Ryan Green just after 3 pitches. First Rockford starter to go less than 5 innings all season long. Green only went 3 innings, gave up 2 earned runs on 2 hits, walked 5 with a strikeout. Just never looked comfortable out there. Struggled to find a grip on his off-speed pitches, and a lot of deep counts really spelled the end of the night for Ryan Green. The next pitch is tight to Brown, 2-0. So now it becomes a war of attrition in these two bullpens. Both starters out of the game rather early, and still a low-scoring contest, but both bullpens have struggled to find the strike zone, and Crab is out of the zone with 3 straight. Didn't really struggle with control that much at Wabash Valley, but was hit pretty hard this past season. He did, however, end his season at Wabash Valley a lot better than it had started. 3-0's off the glove of Hampy again. That's the third time that he's missed his catcher's spot bad enough to ricochet the pitch off the glove. It's a 4-pitch walk. Not the greatest start for Isaac Crab, as Brown's down to first base as a leadoff base runner. It's the 6th walk for this Rivets staff here already here in the 4th inning. That'll bring things to the top of the Kenosha lineup. Third time through, it's Parker Stinson. 0 for 2 today. Struck out looking in the first, popped up to third base in the second. An infield set to turn 2. Runner not being held on by Klein. The first pitch is swung on and fouled back, 0-1. And now Klein looks over towards the Rockford dugout, and second baseman Luke Sefcik and gives a chuckle and a thumbs up. Now you can tell it's his first time playing the position. Didn't know he was supposed to be holding the runner on. Now he will do that. As the pitch comes home, it's fouled back again by Stinson, who's down to the count 0-2. Very makeshift for this Rockford team defensively today. Of course, Matthew Mebane still nursing that hand injury and affects his ability to squeeze the baseball into his glove hand, so felt more comfortable going with Klein over at first base today. 0-2 on the way. Swung on, chopped foul behind home again, 0-2. And Crab, in the months of April and May, allowed 6 earned runs over his final 10 outings. That actually lowered his ERA significantly from his early season struggles. His strikeout rate increased by 2, and his hits allowed was cut in half. But this one is tapped up the middle in an 0-2 count. Gets past the shortstop Bellata into center field, a base hit. So Parker Stinson guides an 0-2 pitch back up the middle. Back-to-back base runners for Kenosha to start off the bottom of the 4th. Those are the ones that hurt. The 0-2 pitches that catch too much of the plate. Crab, if the battle is way out of the jam in his first Northwoods League inning. This is one of the most dangerous Kenosha bats so far tonight, James McCoy. Infielder by trade, playing right field tonight. But he's had a breakout game. Scored the first Kingfish run in the first, drove in the second Kingfish run in the second. 1 for 1. Crab looks back the runner at second. Super aggressive lead from Brown. They'll now throw back to the second base bag, but the tag's not in time. Boy, Crab realized just a split second too late that Brown had gotten a little too jumpy over at second base, and the shortstop Bellata creeped in behind him. But just a split second late on the throw back, and Brown was able to dive back in safely. Klein retreats in to the cutoff of the grass at first. McCoy showing no interest in showing bunt. Instead, it's outside for a ball. Open stance from the lefty box. Rotates the bat off his left shoulder. Cobb looks back the runner, now kicks home. Fastball swung on and missed. 1-1 the count. Boy, a Kentucky Wildcat did not play this past season. Of course, Kenosha, a history of well-developed Wildcats. Kirk Liebert, Chase Estep. Last season, 2 of the best hitters in the Northwoods League. 1-1 hit on the ground towards first. It sneaks underneath the glove of Klein and trickles into right field for a base hit. Sefcik tries to scoop it up. It's off of his glove out into right field. Hawkinson will eventually get it in, but that allows the runners to move up even more. Brown comes around second to score. Stinson up to third, and the Kingfish get the run straight back. It's a 3-3 ball game. Goes down as a hit. It's another RBI for McCoy, who has 2 of them now today. He's 2 for 2 on first base. That one was tricky for Sefcik to go and get after it got underneath the glove of Klein, the first baseman, who, as we mentioned, outfielder by trade, playing there for the first time. Showed a little rust on that ground ball to get underneath the glove, but then Sefcik has to go off the back lip of the infield, where it actually goes downhill for a brief portion in right field before planing out. So Sefcik is on the edge of a hill trying to scoop that ball into his glove, and that probably caught him by surprise and is why he couldn't get it quickly enough and why Hawkinson had to come in and help him from right field. But regardless, now it's tie game. First pitch out of the zone to Drake Westcott. Check on the runner in first, and he'll be back in plenty of time. Westcott today 0 for 1, grounded out in the second, walked back in the first. From the left side against the right-handed arm of Crab. Outside with a fastball 2-0. Here's the pitch. Fastball tight 3-0. The bases will be loaded with nobody out should Westcott reach. Ian Collier waits on deck. It's quickly getting away from Isaac Crab. 3-0 away, ball 4. It's the second walk for Crab, and just like that, still not an out recorded in his Northwoods League debut, and they're loaded for nobody out for Ian Collier. Well, it's a chance for a Kenosha team that has not quite brought out the offensive numbers like they did a season ago to put up a crooked number here and take the lead back. Collier's 1 for 1 today, an RBI single back in the first. Also walked his last time up. Fastball low and away. Collier just got his 3rd hit of the season back in the first inning. Snapped an 0 for 10 streak. Right now, doesn't have to pick the bat up off his shoulders. 6 straight out of the zone for Crab. It's 2-0 to Collier after he takes inside. And the catcher out of Grayson College, who had just 9 RBIs through 19 games, played sparingly this season. Looking to add on to his total of 4 for the Kingfish. Pond full of ducks with nobody out, 3-3 game. That pitch is tight, 3-0. And there's no arms getting up in that Rockford bullpen either. Leaving it for Isaac Crab here in the 4th. Already 1 across for the Kingfish to tie the game at 3. Deep breath and a pitch. Low ball 4. That will force a run across. The Kingfish retake the lead on the RBI walk from Ian Collier. His 2nd RBI of the game. 4-3 Kingfish. And still nobody out here in the 4th. So now the base is still loaded. Still nobody out for Jacob Tobias. And now there will be another arm that jogs out to that Rockford bullpen. Right now, just some band stretching from Aaron Mishulam, who's not begun throwing yet. Deep breath, first pitch to Tobias, up and away for a ball. Tobias is 0 for 1, did walk back in the 3rd. 7 walks for Rivets pitchers here in the 4th inning, still without a body retired. 1-0 to Tobias. Fastball, swing and a miss, 1-1. Tobias just 2 for 15 this season, but does have hits in his last 2 games. Went 2 for 9 in the last series against the Battle Creek Bombers after hitting .280 this season for Arizona State, but he pulls off the off-speed from Crab, now down to the count 1-2. Tobias was all conference as a freshman this season for the Sun Devils, so a lot of time at DH, but also had an opportunity to play in the field at times. Was able to fill in defensively late on in the season after their sixth-year first baseman Connor Davis had some hamstring issues in the late season. But mostly getting a go already as a DH for the Kingfish. 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball just off the outside edge, count even at 2-2. And it's McCoy on third, Westcott on second, Collier on first. Bases loaded. 2-2 pitch popped up. Third base side. Robertson, the third baseman, racing over in foul territory. It falls between him and catcher Ryan Hampy over towards the Kingfish dugout. Robertson was coming in, thought he had the better angle. He called it. He brushes Hampy on the side, says, "My bad," as the ball falls in between them, and the count stays at 2-2. Was going to be a very difficult one for either buddy to get to, but Hampy might have had a beat on that one if he had taken charge. 2-2. Fastball low and outside, counts full. Nowhere to put them, still nobody out in the frame. Two across for the Kingfish to take a 4-3 lead. Isaac Crabb still looking for his first out of his Northwoods League career. Here's the payoff. Fastball swung on, popped up. Behind third base in foul territory, the third baseman Robertson makes the catch. Tobias retired for the first out. In a big first out in the grand scheme of this game for Isaac Crabb. Going to need him not only to get out of this jam, but really settle into this outing to give the Rivets bullpen some length. So one away, the base is still loaded. Brady Council will be the hitter. Council has reached base twice tonight without a hit. Was hit by a pitch in the first, reached on an error in the third. On a ground ball to Robertson. This one bounces it away from Hampy, but it's just off to his left, so no advancement from McCoy over at third. 1-0 the count to Council. Six RBIs this season for Council. That one's over the inside edge, 1-1. 1-1 pitch, hit well to center field. Krittenberger backing up. Now drifts to his right. He makes the catch off balance. The throw goes into third. It'll be cut off. Tagging and scoring on the play is McCoy. Westcott stays put at second, as does Collier at first. But it's an RBI sac fly for Brady Council, and the Kingfish add on to their lead. It's 5-3. Good situational hitting from Brady Council. Got a pitch elevated in the zone before two strikes that he could drive. And with this whipping wind that is now starting to blow left to right across the field, Krittenberger got an off-balance catch out to his right and didn't have a hope of throwing out the runner. Was pretty deep in center field as well, so easy for McCoy to tag and score. Two outs in the frame. It's left for Josh Leslie. This one kicks off the shin guard of Hampy towards the Kenosha dugout. That allows both runners to advance. So now it's Westcott on third, Collier on second, and two in scoring position and a 1-0 count for Josh Leslie. Pair of flyouts to right field. The latter of the two was hit right on the screws. A diving catch from Johannes Hawkinson, who's got him played straight away in right field now with two outs. That play back in the third came with the bases loaded, and it stopped the Kingfish from plating one, potentially more runs. Hawkinson's been big in the outfield for the Rivets this season. 1-0 pitch hit on the ground towards first. Klein is over with it off the bag. He flips to the bag where covering was Crabb, and he's there for the final out of the inning. 3-1 on the ground outside is retired, but the Kingfish played three in the inning off of two hits. There were two men left on base, no errors from the Rivets. 5-3 Kingfish will head to the fifth after this here on the Rockford Rivets Radio Network. Top of the fifth from Kenosha. It is 5-3 Kingfish. It'll be 3-4-5 due up in the Rockford order against Joey Hirth. Third Kingfish arm of the evening. Came on to pitch the last third of an inning after Rockford, at the time, had taken a 3-2 lead in the top of the fourth inning off of Garrett Sheffield scoring on the error from Brady Council. But it's been an ugly game all around. Since then, Kenosha rallied back with three in the bottom of the fourth. Brown, Stinson, and McCoy all coming home to score on RBIs from McCoy, Collier, and a sac fly from Brady Council. Plating the 3 runs for the Kingfish in the inning, all earned to the tab of Isaac Crabb in his first inning of relief. For Kenosha, it's 5 runs on 4 hits. For the Rivets, it's 3 runs on just 2 hits. So Joey Hirth set to face Robertson. Robertson's 0 for 1 today. Flew out to center and walked. It was an RBI walk back in the third. First of 5 straight from then reliever Luke Ellis. First pitch off the outside edge, 1-0 to Robertson. Left-handed bat, right-handed arm on the mound. Works off the first base side of the rubber exclusively out of the stretch, and his next pitch away on the breaking ball, 2-0 now to Robertson. Slightly open stance from the left side, wiggles the bat off his left shoulder before it comes to rest. Deep breath, and now the kick off the mound, the 2-0 skewed foul over towards the Rivets dugout, 2-1. Robertson, the man from Iowa Western Community College, set to join Missouri State next season. 2-1 pitch. Fastball off the outside edge, 3-1. Looking to reach base for the second time today. The 3-1 pitch is on the outside edge. Robertson thought about tossing his bat towards the Rivets dugout, but he'll stay in the box at 3-2. That time the breaking ball from Hirth just over the outside edge of the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. High leg kick in the pitch. Fastball skewed foul, this time towards the Kingfish dugout. Stays at 3-2. Count stays even. Deep breath in the payoff. 3-2's a called strike 3. Straight down the heart of the plate. It froze Robertson with the fastball. First strikeout for Hirth. 1 down here in the 5th. So 1 out, nobody on. Matthew Mebin will be your hitter. He's 0 for 1 today. Strikeout in the first. Walked last time up in the third. Pitch is outside to Mebin. 1-0 the count. 8 strikeouts for this Kenosha pitching staff through 4 innings. Through 4 1/3, I should say. As Mebin hits this one on the ground, past the diving Leslie. Third baseman can't get there. It's into left field for a base hit. There's your 3rd hit of the game for the Rivets. Matthew Mebin keeps his hitting streak alive. Now 7 for 18 on the road trip, and will make way for Johannes Hawkinson. But was just talking about 8 strikeouts already for Rockford in this team, and they lead the Northwoods League in strikeouts, in excess of 70 coming into today through the first 8 games. But their on-base percentage, their batting average has been up there towards the top of the league, top 4 in both categories. The offense hasn't been the reason when they've been losing games. Watch out there, a hard-hit ground ball foul towards the Kingfish bullpen. A couple of black sweatshirts leap up into the air. The ball bounces off the brick facade back towards the field of play. It'll be 0-1 to Hawkinson. 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. Again, strikeouts been the issue for Hawkinson, 10 of them. Now here in the 5th game of this 6-game road trip. 0-1 on the way. Slide step and delivery. Pitch is swung on, popped up. Into right field, McCoy. Started back and now comes in, makes a catch, drifting towards the foul line. Hutchinson retired for the third time tonight, 2 down in the fifth. Earth looking for a clean inning. Last man standing in his way is Ryan Hampy. Hampy 0 for 2 today, grounded out to shortstop and struck out. Hurth's first pitch, a slide step fastball off the outside edge, 0-1. Hurth isn't going to overwhelm you with velocity. Short of 90 on the heater, but he's alternated between a slide step and a high leg kick, especially with runners on base, and that's thrown off the timing of some of these Rivets hitters. Caught them by a little bit of surprise so far. There's another slide step. This time the fastball is tight. Hampy thinks about going around, but holds up his swing. The count's 1-1. Hands come set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Fastball fouled off right side. 1-2. Couple of twirls of the bat. Hampy back in the righty box. The Illinois Fighting Illini member. Will wiggle the bat off his right shoulder. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball bounces in. Blocked by Collier, up with it quickly. No advancement from Mebane. 2-2. Hampy is 3 for 15 on the road trip. Of course, the big grand slam in Kalamazoo. Also a double to his name. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Check on the runner at first. A high throw back. Westcott will pounce on it. Lloyd, the shortstop, deep in the hole on the left side, playing Hampy to pull. Council is shaded up the middle at second base. Outfield straight away. 2-2 pitch. Inside. 3-2. So payoff will be on the way. Runners will be off with 2 outs. Luke Sefcik waits on deck. 5-3. Kenosha here in the fifth. 3-2 on the way. Tight again. Hampy limbos himself out of the way in the righty batter's box. It's a 2-out walk. Second walk for Hurth. And there's 2 on with 2 out here in the fifth as jogging to second is Mebane. And so now Sefcik. 0 for 2 today. Struck out. Reached on an error back in the fourth. Here's the first pitch to him. Fastball elevated foul towards the seats on the right side. Sefcik hasn't been a great hitter this season with runners in scoring position. He has just 1 hit through 12 at-bats, but he's been very effective driving the baseball. He's come up with a lot of timely extra base hits in particular. 3 of them so far on the season. Has 8 hits to his name. The next pitch is a low fastball. Counts 1-1. Sefcik set to go in the righty box. Hands clasped close to his jersey. Off his right shoulder. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball high. 2-1. Sefcik didn't want any part of that breaking ball as it had drifted well high of the letters and inside on the Central Michigan Chippewa. 2-1. Fastball inside. 2-2. Sefcik looking to extend the inning. A couple of Base runners in the frame. Mebane with the single, Hampy with the walk, but it's a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. Fastball fouled straight back. He was right on it. Of course, Sefcik's been working a lot with his swing, trying to get his hands quick to the baseball. Learns a lot about his swing from his dad, Kevin, who played 7 seasons in the major leagues. Was a utility player for the Philadelphia Phillies back in the day. Here's a 2-2. Slide step fastball down the left field line. This one's fair. Chasing in on it is Stinson. Mebane rounds third. He will score. Stopping at second is Hampy. An RBI single for Luke Sefcik, and it's a 5-4 ball game here in the 5th. There's your big hit with runners in scoring position. Sefcik hammered that ball down the left field line. All the moisture in the outfield actually took a lot of sting out of that baseball. It easily could have went all the way into the corner and potentially scored 2 runs. But with the conditions being what they are, it'll stay as a single for Sefcik. That's RBI number 8 on the season, and Rockford's back within 1. Good 2-strike hitting from Sefcik. Gets around on the fastball. Garrett Sheffield now to bat with 2 on and 2 out. 0 for 1 today with a walk and a run scored. First pitch breaking ball over the inside edge, 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Fastball bounces in. It's blocked by Collier up in front of home plate. He'll snag it. No advancement from the runners. A big hit for the development there of Luke Sefcik. Somebody that had been showing the extra base pop, showing some flair on defense at times. You really like to see those mature at-bats with 2 outs when your team needs a run to get back into a ball game. What are you going to be able to bring? And he was able to hit that single, particularly pull the ball down the line. He was talking earlier today during batting practice. Doesn't particularly pull the ball that often, but was able to get around on an inside pitch with 2 strikes. Shows the development as Sheffield takes inside 2-1. And the 8-hole man in the Rockford lineup ahead in the count. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball high, 3-1. If Sheffield's able to reach, they'll be loaded for Rockford's average leader, Jake Bellata, who waits on deck. 3 balls and a strike. 1 across in the inning for the Rivets. 5-4 Kingfish. Here's the pitch. Fastball at the letters, called a strike. Sheffield, much like his first at-bat where he took a couple of strikes, was already headed down to first base before the call was made by Jack Barry, the home plate umpire. Hasn't been a fan of that high strike call, but it's gotten him a few times, and it's a full count here in the 5th. 3 full counts for Sheffield, trying to win another battle. 2 out in the inning. 1 across for the Rivets. 5-4 Kingfish here in the top of the 5th. The pitch. Laced towards left field, past the glove of the shortstop, Lloyd. It'll get down for a base hit. Scoring on the play is Hampy. Sefcik up the third. An RBI single and a huge fist pump from Garrett Sheffield. Rockford bounces back and ties the game with 2 in the 5th. It's 5-5. What a feel-good moment for Garrett Sheffield. Somebody you've seen putting in that countless work behind the scenes. He gets around. It's another 2-strike hit for the Rockford Rivets. Laced up the middle. Lloyd couldn't get there at shortstop. And back-to-back 2-out RBI singles ties the game at 5 here in the 5th. So it's a mound visit from Steve Andrade for Hurth, who is just like that, has given up 3 hits in the inning and 2 earned runs. And now more action in the Kenosha bullpen. These are both teams extremely short on the pitching staff front. You've got a dangerous hitter in Bellata coming up, and now you have Andretti pointing towards the right arm on himself, maybe signaling for the trainer, and now the trainer will come out here to check on Hurth. And he'd be pointing to the forearm on his throwing hand for the right-hander. Winner comes out to check on him. We'll remind you that long mound visit earlier on in the game for Luke Ellis that resulted in the mound being tended to and some quick dry being put on the playing surface. This much more serious concern, though. You hope Hurth is all right, as Andretti is talking about potential injury here, and now he is going to gesture towards the umpiring crew that maybe a change does need to be made due to injury, and they will call to the bullpen. So Joey Hurth's day quickly comes to an end. He goes 1 inning, allows 2 earned runs on 3 hits, 2 walks and a strikeout, and the 2 runners on base still his responsibility as he exits here with 2 down in the 5th. Name and numbers on the new Kenosha arm when we come back. 5-5 in the 5th here on the Rivets Radio Network. Well, we're filling up the scorebooks tonight, excuse me. It's top of the 5th inning. Already 4th Kingfish arm of the evening. Reed Gannon will come in to try to keep Rockford from taking the lead here in the 5th inning. For Gannon, it's his 2nd appearance of the season. Went an inning against Kokomo back on June 4th, striking out 2, allowing no base runners through a scoreless inning of baseball. 2 in the inning for the Rivets. Matthew Mebane came out with a 1-out single. He scored on an RBI single from Luke Sefcik, and then after walking with 2 outs, Ryan Hampy scored on the RBI single from Garrett Sheffield moments ago that tied the game up at 5. It's the bottom of this Rivets lineup being productive again. That's when the offense has been at its best. And now it's a huge chance for the 9-hole man, Jake Bellata. He's 0 for 1 today with a walk and a run scored back in the 3rd inning, but Bellata coming off one of his best outings in the Northwoods League out of that 9-hole for the Rockford Rivets. Monday before the off day in Kokomo, went 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs and a double. He has been sensational towards the bottom of this Rivets lineup, and it's another big spot for him here with 2 outs. 2 in the frame for Rockford to tie the game at 5. And now Reed Gannon steps onto the mound. Did not pitch this season for the University of Kentucky. Tall, lanky southpaw. Will operate straight away on the mound. He kicks and deals. Sidearm delivery. Fastball over the inside corner for a strike. The throw goes down to second. Kicks off the glove of the second baseman, Council. But Sefcik stays on third. Wasn't getting too aggressive off the bag. Sheffield's up the scoring position with the stolen base. So they're at second and third. With 2 outs, it's 0-1 to Bellata. Gannon set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on. Towering pop-up. Into shallow left field. Stinson coming in, as is the center fielder Brown, who will call off and make the catch in shallow left center to retire the side. But the Rivets do come back to play 2 in the inning on 3 hits to tie the game. No errors and 2 men left. We've played 4.5 here at Simmons Field, and still nothing to separate the Rivets and the Kingfish. 5-5. We'll step right back here on the Rivets Radio Network. Yep. What I should have is something that just goes on the whole screen like this. But I haven't gotten around to making all those yet. Yeah, no worries. It's not that big a deal when the stadium's so small. Yeah. Gets it going. T-shirt guys gets it going. I should throw it up here. What? Yeah, they should. That'd be good. And the Kingfish, Aaron Meshulam is the new hurler on the hill for the Rockford Rivets. Third pitcher of the night for head coach JT Scarra and company. Meshulam looking for a bounce back outing here for the Rivets this time out. He'll face 8-9-1. First three scheduled hitters, Lloyd, Brown, and Stinson for the Kenosha Kingfish. Meshulam on the season, a 4.70 ERA through 3 appearances. He does have 1 save. Has pitched 7 2/3, allowed 4 earned runs on 9 hits, walking none, striking out 7. So first up is Lloyd batting from the left side. He's 0 for 1 today, also walked and scored, in addition to popping out to the shortstop. First pitch from Meshulam, fastball straight across the heart of the plate for strike 1. Next pitch swung on, grounded foul, third base side, 0-2. So Meshulam, somebody who's going to get in the zone. He's going to work extremely quickly to get ahead of hitters. His main problem last time out against Kalamazoo was finding that put-away pitch. We'll see if he can do it here. 0-2, check swing. Did he go? Yes, says the third base umpire, Steve Bartelstein. And Lloyd goes around for strike 3. First strikeout for Meshulam, 1 away here in the 5th. But for the redshirt freshman from Emory, it's been all about finding that put-away pitch. Last time out against the Growlers, went an inning and 2/3, gave up 8 hits. 4 of those hits came with 2 strikes. He allowed 4 earned runs, walking none, striking out 5. So it'll be key for Meshulam in this outing. Already off to a good start to bounce back. Here's Antonio Brown with 1 out. Brown's 0 for 1, walked and scored back in the 4th. First pitch from Meshulam. Fastball low. Brown's another switch hitter, batting exclusively from the left side against the all-righty rotation so far from the Rivets in this ballgame. That next pitch is low, just above his shoe tops, 2-0. Ryan Green, the starter, only went 3 innings, allowing 2 earned runs on 2 hits, but walked 5. And then Isaac Crabb allowed 3 in the last half inning on 2 hits and 2 walks. 3 straight out of the zone now to Brown, who takes outside, and the count's 3-0. He's already walked and scored today, back in the 4th. 3-0 pitch. Out of the zone again, this time on with the off speed, but it's ball 4, and Brown's second walk of the game. 8th walk of the day for the Rivets pitching staff. 1 out base runner here in the 5th. I'll bring up the top of the lineup. Fourth time through for Parker Stinson. Stinson, 1 for 3 today. Left-handed bat against the righty arm of Meshulam. He singled and scored back in the fourth. First pitch, fastball low, 1-0. That single last time up extended Stinson's on-base streak to his first 8 games in the Northwoods League. 7 of his first 34 plate appearances. This one's a ground ball fair down the first base line. It'll kick all the way off the tarp into the right field corner. Hawkinson's there to dig it out. They'll tell Brown to throw on the brakes at third. But a 1-out double from Parker Stinson, and the Kingfish have 2 in scoring position in the 5th. Tough one for Colton Klein, the unconventional first baseman tonight. Tried to dive down the line and catch that ball, but it clips up in fair territory all the way into the corner. Tough one for the first baseman to dive out to his left to try to snag. The double for Stinson puts 2 in scoring position with 1 out. That's Stinson's second double of the season, 3rd extra base hit, and it sets the stage for Kenosha's man of the night so far, James McCoy. McCoy yet to be retired tonight. First pitch from Meshulam, fastball, big swing and a miss. JT Scarra is going to bring the corners up in the infield, both playing towards the grass cutout off the line, middle infield back. With 1 out and 2 in scoring position, here's the pitch to McCoy. It's a breaking ball. Caused him to lift his hands out of the way, but it's off the inside edge, 0-2. McCoy, 2 RBIs tonight, has doubled, singled, and walked. 0-2 pitch is lined right back up the middle. It'll get through for a base hit. Sefcik does a really good job to pluck that ball in shallow center field, running all the way over from second base. That's going to stop Stinson from being able to score. But Brown comes home. It's a single for McCoy. His 3rd hit, his 3rd RBI. Kenosha takes the lead back at 6-5. And that ball on a typical day is definitely into center field. Had a lot of sting taken out of it from all the moisture absorbed on the back of that infield dirt from the rain earlier today. And that allowed Sefcik to get over, cut it off a couple steps into center field. And that's the only reason Stinson wasn't able to score. Crittenberger was very deep in center field, wouldn't have been able to get to the baseball in time. So they're on the corners with 1 out for Drake Westcott. First pitch outside for a ball. 2 walks already for Westcott tonight, but he's 0 for 1. Next pitch line to shortstop, diving Stapalata. Leaps into the air, his throw back to first. In time, a double play. Get some hops, Jake Bellata. Leaps into the air to pluck a base hit away from Westcott, and then doubles McCoy off of first to end the inning. What a web gem. Kenosha does take the lead off of 2 hits. 6-5 Kingfish through 5. But what a play from Jake Bellata to limit the damage. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors. 1 man left. 6-5 Kingfish through 5. We'll step aside here on the Rivets Radio Network. Top of the sixth, 6-5 Kingfish over the Rivets. Top of the lineup coming to the plate for Rockford against Reed Gannon out for his second inning of relief. Ty Crittenberger will lead things off. 1 for 2 today with a single, a stolen base, and a walk. Came around to score in the third off his walk as he takes up and away for ball 1. Gannon came on for a big final third out of that 5th inning that saw 2 Rivets left stranded after rallying from behind to tie the game at 5. Kenosha bounced back for 1 in the bottom half of the 5th, but then a double play from Jake Bellata limited the damage. Next one off the shoe tops of Crittenberger, 2-0. Third pitch goes right back there at the fastball, 3-0. Easy take for Crittenberger, the leadoff man out of Western Kentucky. What a stop from Bellata, though, at shortstop. Was deep in the hole, and a line shot straight at him, leapt up into the air, made the catch, and then the quick throw back over to first. Double off McCoy after robbing Westcott of a base hit. 3-0 is tight. No contest for Crittenberger. He'll take a 4-pitch walk to start off the 6th. First walk for Gannon. It's the 8th walk for the Kenosha pitching staff to mirror the result from the Rockford pitching staff. That's 16 combined for the two sides. Colton Klein set to step in. Klein has one of those 16 walks. He also singled back in the first inning and bounced out to shortstop. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Crittenberger already a stolen base tonight. We'll see if he's in motion in a one-run game. Middle infield back to turn 2. They'll check on Crittenberger, who's back with a head-first dive. Third baseman Leslie creeping in towards the cutout. Middle infielders pinch back. Outfield is shallow, particularly Antonio Brown in center. Remember, a lot of rain in the earlier hours today, so this surface will play very slow on some of these baseballs. First pitch from Gannon to Klein. Inside, nearly hits him. Klein shrugs it away. 1-0. Want to know the count? Gannon said it's about looking back the runner. Now peers in, gets his sign, the pitch. Breaking ball low and away. Blocked in the crouch by Collier, 2-0 to Klein. And 6 straight out of the zone. You can tell the buildup of dirt in the cleats and just the condition of that mound here at Simmons Field has resulted in some uncomfortable pitching conditions for these arms and why they've been so out of the zone. Crittenberger takes off, pitches inside for a called strike. The throw down's not in time. Crittenberger into scoring position with his second stolen base of the night. Pitch was on the inside corner, to Klein, which makes the count 2-1. For Ty Crittenberger, that's his 5th stolen base of the season. And his 3rd in the last 2 games. So tying runs in scoring position for Klein. Just 1 RBI on the season. Third baseman Leslie continues to creep in towards the cutout. The 2-1 pitch, he pulls off an off-speed delivery, swing and a miss. Counts 2-2. Klein's hit today. He's 4 for 17 on the road trip, and this is 4th game. 5th on the road for the Rivets of the 6-game swing before returning home for a weekend set against Kalamazoo. Klein set to go. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball away again. Collier smothers it in the dirt. 3-2. Dylan Robertson waits on deck. He's 0 for 3 tonight. 0 for 2 with a walk, excuse me. Big payoff on the way. Klein twitches the bat a couple times before it comes set to rest on his left shoulder. Payoff pitch. Breaking ball on the outside edge. A called strike 3. And Gannon, a good quality pitch in a 3-2 count, freezes Klein. It's his first strikeout, and there's 1 away here in the 6th. So 1 away, runner on second for Dylan Robertson. It's a couple of favorable matchups here for the lefty, who's beginning to find a groove for the strike zone in Gannon. Robertson Another left-handed bat who's 0 for 2 today, walked back in the third, struck out looking his last time up in the fifth. Krittenberger takes off again, gets a really good jump. The pitch hits Robertson. He tried to get out of the way. That one flew all the way to the backstop off of Robertson's jersey, past Collier, just went whipping by to the right. And because of that, Krittenberger has to stay over at second base. So a hit by pitch, best case scenario there in that situation for the Kingfish, 2 on with 1 out. And that ball must have barely clipped Robertson. Would like to get another look at it. Must have just barely clipped his graphite jersey. Wasn't a big appeal for him to say that it didn't hit him. But it didn't look like it made solid contact because it went straight past the catcher Collier's glove to the backstop. Next pitch is low and inside to Matthew Mebane, 1-0. Mebane today, 1 for 2. A walk, a single, and a run scored. Low and inside, 2-0. Your Northwoods League RBI leader at 16, Matthew Mebane. Continues to nurse that hand, wrapped by the white tape. Black batting gloves, back sleeve. 2-0 pitch, low in the dirt, 3-0. Gannon's been giving him all soft stuff in this AB. Hasn't seen anything good to hit yet. A walk would load the bases for Johannes Hawkinson. 3 balls, no strikes. Leg kick in the pitch. Fastball, 3-0 green light. Huge swing and a miss from Mebane. He had his eyes on the Fishbowl Club out in left center field. A short porch here at Simmons Field. Only 340 to the deepest part of left center. So now 3-1. The pitch. Inside corner. It's a called strike. Krittenberger was off with the pitch. Collier pump faked on the throw. Wound up never making it. So it's a second stolen base for Krittenberger. The runners are on the corners now. And it's a 3-2 count to Matt Mebane. Tying run 90 feet away here in the 6th. 6-5 Kingfish. Rivets have come from behind twice. They're looking to do so again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swung on it, missed for strike 3. Gannon comes back from 3-0 down to blow 3 straight past Matthew Mebane. His second strikeout, 2 away in the 6th. So 2 outs for Johannes Hawkinson. 0 for 3 today. A couple of strikeouts, also flew out to right field. Right-handed bat against the lefty on the hill. Here's the first pitch. Fastball fouled back 0-1. Hawkinson just a millimeter off that pitch, trying to drive it hard the other way to right center. He's trying to get back to that line drive approach that he had in the early part of the season, was spraying the ball well to right center and left center along with line drives up the middle. He's trying to find that groove back into swing. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Fastball high, 1-1. Runners on the corners here with 2 down. 6-5 Kenosha leads in the top of the 6th. Rockford trying to tie it up again. Here's the pitch. Inside. Hawkinson already has his hands pulled very close to his jersey. Pulls them in even further to take that off the pitch for 2-1. Gannon gets his sign from Collier. Not too aggressive of a lead for the runner off first, but they'll still throw it back over to Westcott, and Robertson can just walk back into the first base bag. He's not very overeager at first. Krittenberger has stolen 2 bags already. He's leading off third, representing the tying run. Hawkinson had a hot start to the season, trying to heat back up here at the tail end of the road trip. 8 RBIs on the campaign. They'll check on the runner at first again. They're throwing over almost as Robertson, just steps off the first base bag. They're trying to catch him sleeping. They're paying an awful lot of attention over to him. Two balls, one strike. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Hawkinson's timing and bat path has just been a little bit off these last few games. The time actually looked like off speed from Gannon to get the second strike over. One strike away from getting out of the frame. Hawkinson looking to battle with two strikes. Deep breath from the southpaw on the hill. Here's a 2-2. Fastball poked foul right side. It'll stay alive. Tried to speed the bat back up after taking a little off with the breaking ball. Hawkinson's able to get a piece. Gannon, born in Chicago, grew up in around the Rockford area. Did not feature this season for Kentucky. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball upstairs, 3-2. Walk here would load the bases for Ryan Hampy, who already has a grand slam this season, one of two for the Rivets. But Hawkinson's got to find a way to reach here first. Choked up on the bat. Now settles his hands back in. Runners on the corner. 6-5 Kingfish. Top of the six. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Runner from first takes off, but it's a called strike three. Fastball right on the inside corner. Froze Hawkinson for his third strikeout of the night. Gannon strikes out the side in the sixth. Round a couple of base runners, and Rockford leaves the tying run stranded on third. No runs, no hits, no errors. Two men left. 6-5 Kingfish will head to the bottom of the sixth after this here on the Rivets Radio Network. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Bottom of the sixth inning here from Simmons Field. It's 4-5-6 due up for the Kingfish. They lead 6-5 here over the Rockford Rivets. Aaron Meshulam back out for a second inning of relief. And the Rivets had the tying run 90 feet away in the last half frame, unable to score them. Now they'll have to try to find a way to twirl a zero out of this bullpen. Kingfish have scored 6 runs. They've scored in every frame in this game, with the exception of the third inning. Collier today has 2 RBIs already for Kenosha. Couple of walks and a single. Meshulam breaks the breaking ball over the outside edge for strike 1. 0-1 the count. Next pitch from Meshulam, fastball swung on and missed. 0-2. To Ian Collier. 0-2 pitch is swung on, tapped foul, first base side, and it'll deton just to the right of that fair line. So it stays 0-2. Meshulam, an intimidating figure on the mound. He'll tower over a hitter at 6'6", 205 and dangle the baseball down in his right hand, pin his glove to his left hip. Now delivers home, 0-2 pitch, breaking ball, swung on and missed. Strike 3. Collier goes down swinging, second strikeout for Meshulam, one away here in the 6th. One down, nobody on, bottom of the 6th for Jacob Tobias. Retired twice today, 0 for 2 with a walk. Lefty bat against the righty Meshulam, who pulls way off a fastball into the righty batter's box. 1-0 to Tobias. Meshulam's next pitch fastball grooved down the middle. Tobias a late swing, and he fouled it off to the left. That evens the count at a ball and a strike. Still a balmy 54 down there on the field at Simmons. Following the rain, the sun is now set, and the lights have come on. And it looks like a pretty clear night for baseball as Tobias fouls one off his foot down in the count 1-2. Lots of mixed reviews on the weather from certain Rivets upon arriving here at Simmons Field earlier this afternoon. Of course, you got the Florida native Ty Crittenberger, who was all layered up, was wearing the Flex Fit mask during batting practice. Meshulam's 1-2. Off speed just above the shoe tops of Tobias, who checks his swing, 2-2. And then you've got Matthew Mebane, the native out of Georgia, who said this might be the coldest weather I've ever played baseball in. 2-2 pitch is low, and the count is now full. And then you've got the more local products, your Jake Bellatas of the world, that laughed at that and said, if we could play in this kind of weather in the spring, we'd be happy with it. Used to playing in freezing temperatures up here at this time of year. The 3-2 pitch is golfed down the right field line, foul. Stays at 3-2. Aaron Meshulam, maybe a mixed review in his regard. He comes from Oak Park, Illinois. His 3-2 pitch is high to Tobias. That's ball 4. But Meshulam, native of Oak Park, Illinois, but he pitches at Emory down in the South, and one of his reasons for going to Emory was spending time in the South and escaping the Chicago winters. But I guess the Midwest weather found just about everybody today. It's a 1-out walk to Tobias. He's on first here in the 6th. Brady Counsell, your batter. Counsell's 0 for 1 today. He reached on an error, also reached via hit by pitch and delivered a sac fly RBI back in the 4th. So maybe no hits to his name, but some productive at-bats to say the least. Fastball over the outside edge counts even at a ball and a strike. Of course, Brady Counsell does have plenty of baseball lineage. He's the son of Brewers manager Craig Counsell. He's also a 2-time World Series champion as a player. Scored the winning run in 1997 for the Marlins as Brady fouls the ball back now, down 1-2. Brady, a much more traditional stance in that right-handed batter's box, unlike the unique stance that his father Craig donned in his playing days. 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3. So the traditional batting stance doesn't do him justice in this regard. It's a third strikeout for Meshulam, second of the inning. Now 2 down in the 6th. Last of the 6th left to Josh Leslie. 0 for 3 today. Couple of flyouts to right. Also tapped out to first base. Meshulam misses outside with a ball to start off Leslie. Rockford looking for just their second 0 put up of the day. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball from Leslie, 1-1. If the Rivets can get back in the dugout without allowing any damage, still just a 1-run game heading into the 7th. They would have 6, 7, 8 due up in their lineup. Leslie Takes one down the middle for strike two. Quickly 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. High leg kick in the pitch. Fastball. Tails right away from the hitter. Hampy had to reach across his body to keep that in front of him. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Klein holding on the runner at first in Tobias. Not too much of a stolen base threat in this situation. The 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball fouled back. Meshulam looking to go through his second inning of relief unscathed. Another 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Breaking ball's fouled up. First base side, Klein gives it a look, but it's well into the seats. Shulam's ready to go quickly. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball tight. It's off the glove of Hampy, and that's going to allow Tobias to get into scoring position on the pass ball. So a full count now to Josh Leslie, who's able to battle back in the count. Three-two pitch is off the plate. It's ball 4. Leslie's able to work out a walk. Second walk of the inning for Meshulam. 2 on now with 2 out. Runners on first and second. Ben Lloyd will be your hitter from the lefty box. First pitch from Meshulam. Fastball runs tight, 1-0. And Meshulam, who was 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning unscathed, his pitch count beginning to soar. A lot of high-stress pitches on an arm of an already thin Rivets bullpen. He's inside again, 2-0 to Lloyd. And you start to look about staying in this game for the Rockford Rivets, and also just keeping your bullpen fresh with the shortage of arms that you have. And pitching coach Tyler Fretcher realizes the urgency here. He's going to go out and talk with Meshulam. Fletcher will try to settle in Meshulam. It's a 2-0 count. 2 walks in the frame with a couple of strikeouts as well. It's 6-5 Kenosha here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Meshulam trying to get out and get the Rivets back to the dish. Rockford's battled from behind twice in this game. They trailed 2-0. They trailed 5-3. Were able to tie it on both occasions, even take the lead briefly 3-2. But Kenosha came back with an answer in every half inning, responding, take a 6-5 lead. The Kingfish have only been blanked in 1 inning. That was the 3rd from starter Ryan Green. 3 runs across in 1 inning for Isaac Crabb in his Rivets debut, and Meshulam 1 earned run given up in the last frame. Fletcher back into the dugout. So 2 balls and no strikes to Ben Lloyd. Kenosha native, plays his college ball at Notre Dame. Meshulam, the Emory right-handers, outside with a breaking ball, 3-0. Meshulam loads the bases. It'll be the 9-hole man coming up, Antonio Brown. And he will load the bases. The fastball is tight at 3-0. So here's the switch hitting Brown. Only put the ball in play once today. He grounded out in the second, but he's walked and scored 2 runs. He's been smart and disciplined up at the plate. The man from Mercer takes a fastball outside, 1-0. Had a plus on base percentage this season, 30 walks through 47 games at Mercer. Thought about going on the swing, but instead it's a fastball over the inside, rather outside edge. It evens the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Fastball fouled back, 1-2. And this is where we've seen mixed results from Meshulam. He can get ahead of hitters. He had that put away pitch earlier in the outing. He's lost it at times in this half inning. We'll see if he can get it here to try to get out Brown and leave the bases loaded. 1-2 pitch. Fastball well outside. Counts even. Just 2 hits for Antonio Brown so far in the Northwoods League through his first 4+ games. 2-2, fastball's outside again, counts full. 9-hole man, nowhere to put him. Got to challenge him here if you're Aaron Meshulam. 6-5 Kingfish here in the bottom of the 6th. Payoff on the way. Fastball's a called strike 3. Brown was ready to toss his bat towards the dugout, but it's paint on the outside corner for Aaron Meshulam. 4 strikeouts in the outing. He strikes out the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and the Kingfish leave the bases loaded in the 6th. 6-5 Kenosha. We'll head to the 7th after this. Rockford looks to get the bats going with 6, 7, 8 in their order due up when we come back on the Rivets Radio Network. Top of the 7th from Simmons Field. Kenosha leads 6-5. They have a new pitcher on the mound. It's Blake Malatesnik. Kingfish trying to bring in those big arms in the bullpen. Rockford trails by 1. They have 6, 7, 8 due up in their order. Trying to battle back. It'll start with Ryan Hampy. Hampy 0 for 2 today. Walked and scored back in the 5th. First pitch out of the windup from Malatesnik. Lifts the baseball in his glove high over his head before the long leg kick and delivery. It's a fastball for a called strike. Malatesnik has made 2 appearances this season. He's pitched 2 2/3, giving up just 1 earned run on 2 hits, striking out 5, walking 2. The next pitch, a breaking ball, waved at and missed. 0-2 quickly to Hampy. Malatesnik's 5'9", 175 pounds. A redshirt junior, plays his college ball at Eastern Illinois. 0-2 pitch. Went back to the curveball. It's blocked by Collier. Hampy takes now 1-2. Fresh Pearl, here's the 1-2. Nobody out here in the top of the 7th. Malatesnik kicks and deals. Fastball swung on and missed from Hampy. He goes down swinging for the second time tonight. Another strikeout for these Kingfish arms. It's their 12th as a staff tonight, and there's one away here in the 7th. First pitch to Luke Sefcik. Fastball on the outside edge for a called strike. Sefcik's 1 for 3 today. He had an RBI single last time up in the 5th. The 0-1 bounced in to even the count. One ball, one strike. The righty working out of the windup infield, back for the Kingfish. Here's the pitch. Right at the knees, a called strike 2. Bit of a look at home plate umpire Jack Barry for Luke Sefcik before a little head nod after that call. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Fastball's a called strike 3. On the inside edge, it freezes Sefcik. Back-to-back strikeouts, 2 down now in the 7th. Two outs, nobody on for the 8-hole man, Garrett Sheffield. Now Malatesnik, somebody who was really effective for Eastern Illinois this year. Big innings eater, ERA of 6.3 through just over 50 innings of work. He'll spike a fastball to Sheffield 1-0. But somebody that might be able to give Kenosha a little length in this bullpen. That's what both sides have been searching for. A reliever that can consistently stay in the zone and stop walking base runners. There's been a lot of strikeouts, not a lot of balls in play in this game. And if you can find somebody that can find a way to get consistent outs, it might be the bridge to come up with the win in this ball game. 1-0, swung on and missed. Malatesnik threw 52 2/3 to be exact this season. Went 5-4 for Malatesnik. 1-1 is over the outside edge, a called strike 2. Sheffield, 2 walks and a strikeout tonight. And an RBI single his last time up. One ball, 2 strikes. Malatesnik, long pause, and now the pitch. Fastball, just slow, just below the knees. And we've seen Sheffield with some really good takes with 2 strikes. That was another one right there. 2-2. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball is watched below the knees again. Sheffield thought about going around, held a swing. Now the count's full. Payoff on the way. Here's the pitch. Fastball grounded towards shortstop. High hopper for Lloyd. He scoops it up, throw across in time to nab the speedy Sheffield and end the inning. Rivets go in order in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left. A couple of strikeouts for Blake Malatesnik, who's through with the clean bill of health. 6-5 Kingfish as we stretch in Kenosha. We'll be right back here on the Rivets Radio Network. Top of the lineup coming up for the Kingfish as the 7th inning stretch comes to a close from Simmons Field. It's 6-5 Kenosha over the Rockford Rivets. Parker Stinson will come up. Now, 5th time through the order for Kenosha. Aaron Meshulam still out there for a 3rd inning of relief. Stinson shows bunt and takes a called strike as he pulls back. Stinson's 2 for 4 tonight. Singled and scored in the 4th, doubled. Was left stranded in the 5th. Kenosha's had some chances to blow this game open, but there's been some resiliency from the Rivets pitching staff as the fastball is tight 2-0, rather 1-1, excuse me, the count to Stinson. And the next pitch on the way. Meshulam left the bases stranded, loaded his last time out. This one's fouled off, 1-2. There were 3 walks in the inning, but also got 3 strikeouts to get out of the jam unscathed, and that was big in the grand scheme of things to keep the Rivets within striking distance. No action in either pen. Meshulam looking to try to give the Rivets some length. The next pitch, a fastball down the line. It's fair into right field for a base hit. Kicks into the puddles around the Rivets bullpen, slows down on Hawkinson. The throw into seconds up the line and late. So Parker Stinson has his 2nd double of the game, as many in back-to-back at-bats, and a leadoff man in scoring position in the 7th. 3rd double of the season for Stinson. Already mentioned 2nd tonight. 3rd hit given up by Meshulam. And now an opportunity for James McCoy to add on to his breakout night for Kenosha here tonight. Settle into the lefty box. He's 3 for 3, yet to be retired, walked and scored in the 1st. 2 singles and a double. He's got 3 RBIs. This pitch kicks away from Hampy. The throw to third's not in time. Good jump from Stinson, who's into 3rd base. McCoy came into tonight an opportunistic hitter. Had 8 RBIs in just 7 games. Had only been hitting .231, though. Just 6 hits. But he's got 3 of them tonight as the infield comes in for the Rivets with the runner on 3rd. He scalds one to left field. That's over the head of Sheffield all the way to the wall in left field. Stinson will be able to jog home. It's back-to-back doubles for the Kingfish and a 2nd double of the night for James McCoy. His 4th RBI, and the Kingfish go up 7-5. That ball was blistered the other way. Sheffield was playing shallow, trying to cut down that runner desperately at home on a fly ball, but McCoy just put it well over his head. No doubt double off the bat. He's been hitting the ball well to all fields tonight, and he's been impossible for Rockford to retire. Four for 4 tonight, and he's in scoring position. Still nobody out here in the 7th, and the line beginning to wear thin on Aaron Meshulam as some bodies start to jog out to the Rockford bullpen. Fastball outside to Drake Westcott. Westcott's 0 for 2 tonight. Does have a couple of walks. He hit sharply into a double play that was snagged by Jake Bellata at shortstop his last time up. Lefty bat against the righty arm of Meshulam. Takes tight 2-0. Seven runs on 8 hits now for the Kingfish. 2 errors. 5 runs on 5 hits. 1 error for the Rivets. Another low offering from Meshulam, and it's 3-0 to Westcott. 3-0 pitch. Grounded towards shortstop. Bellata bobbles it momentarily. Now bobbles it a couple more times, trying to pick it up with the bare hand. That'll be an error on Jake Bellata. That'll move the runner up to 3rd. That one was tailor-made for Bellata to try to get it out, but he just bobbled it, trying to bring the ball in towards his chest after fielding it on the ground, and then elected to go with the bare hand with his momentum taking him towards first, and just never firmly grasped the baseball in his hand. So an error on Bellata, 2nd error tonight for the Rivets, and now runners on the corners with nobody out in the 7th for Ian Collier. And that's going to get some arms up in the Rockford bullpen. Hampy comes out for a mound visit. Pitching coach Tyler Fletcher stays put in the Rivets dugout. Anthony Ranieri will start to throw in the Rockford bullpen. Hampy back in his crouch behind home plate. Collier set to step up. Right-handed cleanup hitter is 1 for 2 today. Couple of walks, a 2 RBI single in the first. Meshulam's first offering, fastball flared foul off to the right. You can tell Meshulam's starting to run out of gas. These pitches don't have the same velocity on them that they did earlier on in the outing. Kenosha's starting to make those adjustments second time through. The first base side out of the stretch, he gets a breaking ball to Ben backdoor, and it's 0-2 to Collier. 0-2 the count. Meshulam looking for a put away. The pitch. Fastball elevated, popped up. Behind the second base bag, it's the second baseman Sefcik giving way to the shortstop Bellata, who makes a catch on the second base side of the bag. Ranging over to his left. First out of the inning, runners stay put on the corners. One away, Jacob Tobias will be your next hitter. Tobias 0 for 2 today, a couple of walks for Kenosha's DH. Batting from the left side, Meshulam cleaning the dirt off amidst his cleats before stepping back on the mound. Time was granted by the umpiring crew. First pitch to Tobias. Check swing, he went around for strike one on the Meshulam fastball. Leaning back in the lefty box, a big wave and a miss at another fastball on the outside edge, 0-2. Tobias doesn't get cheated on his axe. Leans back, crowding the plate from the lefty box, and will let the bat head fly. Here's the 0-2 pitch, another fastball, this time swung in on and popped up foul. Third base side out of play. He's 0-2. One out, runners on the corners, one run across already for the Kingfish, a big insurance run to make it 7-5. Bluff steal from the runner at third. Breaking ball from Meshulam off the outside edge, 1-2. One ball, two strikes, high leg kick pitch. Breaking ball, this time finds the corner. It's a called strike three. Tobias not too happy. That pitch had to be right at the letters if it was there on the outside edge. Jack Barry, though, gives it the signature. Fifth strikeout for Meshulam and 2 out in the 7th. Another time being granted to Meshulam, who's still trying to clean that dirt off from amongst his spikes, trying to get more comfortable out there. Third base umpire Steve Bartelstein gives him some time, puts his arm around his shoulder as Meshulam cleans off those spikes, encouraging him to take his time before Brady Council steps into the batter's box. Council's 0 for 2 today. He's reached on an error, hit by a pitch, also had a sac fly RBI in the 4th. He went down swinging on strikes in the 6th against Meshulam. Trying to navigate through a third inning of relief and get Rockford into the 8th inning. Breaking ball upstairs, 1-0. McCoy had the RBI double. He waits on third. The pitch is fouled back from Council, 0-2. Westcott off the E6 from Bellata is on first. Counts 1 ball and 1 strike. Meshulam kicks and deals. Fastball away. We take a look at the grand scheme of things in the Great Lakes East. Kalamazoo falls today to Traverse City. So if Rockford can rally from behind and win, they'll be tied for second place with Kenosha. Breaking ball from Mishulam inside, shrugging away his counsel. 3-1 the count. But the Rivets will have to rally from behind in order to do that. 3-1 on the way. Fastball low, dug out by Hampy on the short hop. Counsel takes ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 outs here in the 7th. It's the 4th walk for Mishulam, and the 13th walk from Rivets pitchers. Creek and Kokomo was postponed earlier today as the pitch is outside corner to Josh Leslie, 0-1. Leslie's 0 for 3 with the walk today. So the Battle Jacks stay in first place regardless. Kokomo also won't have any other movement. That's it for all your Great Lakes East action. As Leslie sends a fly ball to right, backpedaling is Hawkinson. He'll make the catch over his left shoulder and retire the side. Kingfish able to get a big insurance run. 1 run on 2 hits. There was an error, and 3 were left on base. We've played 7. 7-5 Kingfish. Rockford needs to rally. They have 6 outs to do so. We'll be right back on the Rivets Radio Network. Top of the 8th from Simmons Field. 7-5 Kingfish getting a big insurance run over in the last half inning on the Rockford Rivets. 9-1-2 due up. Rivets will look to respond. They battle back from a lot of adversity in this one. 2 straight times they've come back to tie the game. They'll have to do so against the back end of the Kingfish pen. Blake Malatesnik on for his 2nd inning of relief after a 1-2-3 top of the 7th. First pitch to Jake Bellata, fastball at the knees, strike 1. Bellata 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. That happened in the 3rd inning as Malatesnik places another fastball perfectly in the same spot. He's down 0-2. Lots of family in attendance tonight for Jake Bellata. Said he has many as 6 relatives making their way out to Simmons Field, trudging through these conditions of rain, cold, to see Bellata get a shot here in the Northwoods League with the Rivets. 0-2 pitch. Chopper on the right side. Hangs up high for the first baseman, Westcott. Underhand shovel to the first base bag. Covered by the pitcher, Malatesnik. 3-1 on the putout. Bellata retired. 1 away here in the 8th. I'll bring up the top of the lineup. 5th time through, Ty Krittenberger, the batter. Krittenberger's 1 for 2 today. He's walked twice, also singled. Stolen 3 bags for the Rivets tonight. Somebody you want to get on base if you're looking for a rally. He takes high. 1-0 is a count. Malatesnik's next delivery. Fastball fouled off to the right side, even in count. That game in Battle Creek we talked about in the last half inning that was rained out was from the storm cell that Drench Simmons Field in the early portions of the afternoon today. Pitch is fouled off again from Krittenberger, 1-2. So that gives you any idea with how much rain we were dealing with pregame. They were unable to play through it over in Battle Creek. So a great job from this grounds crew, able to get the field in shape once conditions had dried up. 1-2 the count, the pitch. Fastball just low, 2-2. Rockford just needs a base runner. Try to bring the tying run to the plate here with the top of its lineup. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Outside, 3-2. Malatesnik's tried to paint with a couple of fastballs with 2 strikes to Krittenberger. Couple of good takes. He's missed his spots by a little bit as well. Collier had to reach across his body that time. Maybe prevented him from potentially getting a call. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Big payoff on the way. With 1 out in the 8th, the pitch. Fastball off the plate again. Ball 4. Krittenberger takes. It's his 3rd walk of the game. First for Malatesnik. And Colton Klein will represent the tying run here in the 8th coming to the plate. Klein's not your biggest power bat, but a good bat-to-ball hitter. Singled back in the 1st. He's 1 for 3, also has a walk to his name. Grounded out and struck out looking. Infield a double play depth. First pitch for Malatesnik's a fastball right over the inside edge. Oh, 0-1 the count to Colton Klein. 0-1 fastball, heads up. Blitz right off one of those dark green seats down the third base line. Some fans have funneled out here as the temperature continues to drop towards 50 in the later hours, but a vacant seat eats a baseball, and it's quickly 0-2 to Klein. Klein will ask for time as Malatesnik taking his time on the mound. Klein, who plays his college ball at Carthage, located here in Kenosha. Looking to make a big impact here, representing the tying run in the 8th. They'll check on the runner at first before the 0-2, and back with a head first dive is Krittenberger. Rolls the bat head a couple of times. Now comes to rest on his left shoulder. Oh, no balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Fastball hit hard on the right side. Could be a double play ball. Counsell shuffles the second for 1. Lloyd's relay won't be made. Klein will beat it out. They'll lace the read runner and Krittenberger, and there's 2 down in the inning with Klein reaching at first on the fielder's choice. That's 4-6 on the putout, 2 down. So 2 down now, Dylan Robertson. Last hope for Rockford here in the 8th. Robertson's 0 for 2. He's walked and been hit by a pitch. Righty on the mound, lefty in the box, Malatesnik. First pitch, fastball is stuffed the plate. Was trying to paint the outside corner. 1-0. Robertson with that walk picked up his 2nd RBI of the season. Very calm and compact in the lefty box. Bat resting on his left shoulder. A long pause for Malatesnik before he delivers a breaking ball in the dirt, 2-0. Prime hitters count here to a big bat in Robertson. 382 this spring for Iowa Western Community College. 55 batted in. 2-0 pitch. On the way. Swung on. Line towards left field. Stinson has a beat. He's into the alleyway. The left fielder makes the catch to end the inning. No runs, no hits. No errors. One man left on base. 7-5 Kingfish. Head to the bottom of the eighth after this on the Rivets Radio Network. Time for the bottom of the eighth from Simmons Field. Kingfish up 7-5. Last chance to add on insurance for them. Rivets hoping deficit's only 2 going into the ninth. 8-9-1 do it for Kenosha. New arm on the bump for Rockford. Their fourth pitcher of the night is Anthony Ranieri. Making his second appearance of the summer. 6'4", 205 pound sophomore right-hander from North Central College. Only one outing so far. 2 innings Sunday against Kokomo was tabbed with the loss, but gave up an unearned run on 2 hits, walking 1, striking out 0. Gave up a double in that inning, and then a pass ball on Owen Brock allowed them to get up to third base, where a sac fly from Bo Jaworski was able to score the go-ahead run in that game. Kokomo won that one 4-3. First pitch to Ben Lloyd. Fastball inside for a ball. You can already see Ranieri looking back at that landing spot on the mound. It's a place that's given pitchers fits all night long, given the conditions. He's going to have to try to dig in and adjust. He works on the first base side of the rubber exclusively out of the stretch, and it's another heater high to Lloyd, who's up in the count 2-0. Lloyd's 0 for 2 tonight, 2 walks. Came around to score in the second. 13 walks from Rivets arms in this game, and now 3-0 to Lloyd again, who's looking to walk for the third time. Here's the 3-0. It's tight ball 4, 4-pitch walk to start out the eighth. So there's your 14th walk from Rivets arms. Antonio Brown, the 9-hole man, coming to the plate. Brown's already walked and scored twice today. He's 0 for 2. Third baseman creeps in. Brown not showing bunt. First pitch from Ranieri, a fastball that's off the plate, 1-0. Ranieri currently missing away a lot to these hitters here so far early on in the inning. Lloyd, a big insurance run, leads off first, being held on by Klein. Brown rips a pitch foul down the right field line, 1-1. Rockford, all things considered, has not paid for these vast amount of walks they've issued to the Kingfish in this game. 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball's popped up. No man's land in right field. Racing out the second baseman, Sefcik, and the right fielder, Hawkinson, will make the catch in shallow right for the first out of the inning. 14 walks for Rivets pitchers, but the Kingfish have left a lot of guys on base. 15 runners, to be exact, have been left on base by the Kenosha Kingfish. They only lead by 2, and if Rockford's able to rally, that's something you got to look out for this Kenosha team. 7th lowest batting average in the Northwoods League at a shade under 240. They're not the same offensive juggernaut they were last season, albeit it is still very early in the Northwoods League campaign. But Rockford has certainly helped them out with allowing base runners in this ball game. The first pitch is tight to Stinson, top of the lineup, coming to the plate, and Lloyd takes second uncontested. So that insurance run into scoring position with 1 out for Stinson. 3 for 5 today, 2 doubles and a single. Pitch is outside from Ranieri. Still struggling to find the zone. It's 2-0. A 2-0 pitch. Before it's delivered, they'll check back on the runner. Too much urgency from this Rockford defense, just trying to stay back and get these outs. Nobody's holding on Lloyd at second. Now Bellata will creep in from shortstop. Robertson's well off the line, even with the bag at third. Klein behind the bag at first. Sefcik deep in the hole at second. The pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled back. Not a guy you want to face with a runner on base. On deck in James McCoy, who already has 4 RBIs tonight. 2-1 from Ranieri. Fastball back up the middle is fielded from Bellata at shortstop behind the second base bag. He'll make the throw across in time for the out. Waterlogged field claims another baseball. That one had eyes for center field, but a lot of steam taken out of it. That allows Bellata to make up the ground. So 2 outs here in the 8th. Up to third on the play, Lloyd, and James McCoy has one more chance to add on to his career night. Boy's 4 for 4. He has 2 doubles, 4 RBIs, in addition to a pair of singles and a walk. He's come around to score twice in his own regard. Responsible for 6 of Kenosha's 8 runs, nearly wears one in the back as he turns away from an inside heater. The count's 1-0. Ranieri, a deep breath on the hill. Comes set at the belt, now the pitch. Fastball is low. He wants no part of the switch hitter. Patrolling right field tonight for the Kingfish. 2-0 is the count. Next pitch on the way. Fouled back 2-1. Went with the off speed. McCoy was out in front. Outs, 7-5 Kingfish. 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. The pitch is inside. McCoy limbos out of the way. 3 balls and a strike. Three 1. Fastball's outside. There's another walk. Second walk for Ranieri. It's the 15th tonight for the Rivets. Maybe not the worst thing to do there to McCoy. Prevents him from adding on to his 4 RBIs. They'll leave it to Drake Westcott, who has yet to get a hit tonight. Westcott's 0 for 3, 2 walks, also reached on an error. First pitch to Ranieri, or from Ranieri rather. He's yet to find the grip on the breaking ball. That one's upstairs. Didn't do a whole lot to Westcott's changeup. The 1-0. Fastball way outside. 2-0. Fastball at the knees is low. Ranieri thought he had strike one right there, but instead it's 3-0. There's a couple arms up getting loose for Rockford, but nobody's seriously throwing right now. Just trying to leave the inning for Anthony Ranieri. 3-0 pitch. They gave Westcott the green light. It's blooped into no man's land in center field. Racing in. Crittenberger made the sliding catch. Left his feet to his knees, was able to slide in, make the catch, pinched up atop his cap. Westcott retired, and so is the side here in the 8th. No runs, no walks, no hits. Rather, 2 walks, no hits. 2 men left. We head to the 9th. Last hope for the Rivets. They trail by 2 here on the Rivets Radio Network. Well, it's an unseasonably cool night in Kenosha, so Kingfish fans are begging to turn up the thermostat. Grayson Thurman, the closer of the Kingfish, is on for the top of the 9th inning. 6'2", 195-pound senior from the University of Lynchburg has been lights out in relief, closing out games for the Kingfish so far this summer. This will be his 4th appearance. So far, an ERA of 0, has allowed just 1 unearned run on 1 hit, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts through 3 innings of work. Pretty simple. 1 inning and 3 outings, got the save in all 3, and now he'll be looking to close out his 4th of the year here in the 9th. Not an easy part of the order to deal with, though. Rivets need 2. It's 4, 5, 6 in the lineup. Starts with Matthew Mebane. Righty on righty matchup. Mebane 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. Also walked tonight. The tall, lanky right-hander fires home. Big over-top delivery with a lot of life on the fastball. Mebane fouls one off the shin guard of Collier. Off his right knee. He'll take some time to walk it off as the home plate umpire, Jack Barry, walks a new baseball out to Thurman. Thurman last pitched in the 1-0 win against Kokomo for Kenosha 4 days ago. Had 3 walks, so worked around a bit of a trouble, but was able to retire the side in what was a very slender win for the Kingfish. Now Thurman taking his time getting resituated on the mound, giving his catcher plenty of time. and Collier to become comfortable. Center field's deep. Rest of the corner outfield is back against Mebane. 3 home runs this season. Fastball, swing and a miss. He's down in the count 0-2. See if he climbs the ladder with a fastball or shows some of that devastating off speed. Next pitch, a fastball. Mebane checked his swing, didn't go around. 1-2. "13 strikeouts tonight for the Rivets. They lead the Northwoods League in strikeouts as a team. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the ninth. 7-5 Kingfish over the Rivets. Here's the pitch from Thurman. There's the elevated fastball. Mebane swings and misses. It's a strikeout. First strikeout for Thurman. 1 away in the ninth. And speaking of strikeouts, Johannes Hawkinson, 3 of them tonight. He's 0 for 4. Nobody on. Here's the pitch from Thurman. Fastball is just north of the letters. 1-0. Hawkinson's also flown out to right tonight. Next pitch, fastball fouled back 0-2. 1-1, excuse me. Rivets offense has gone a little silent. No hits since the 5th. Breaking balls over the outside edge. Freezes Hawkinson 1-2. 4 hits for Rockford in this game. Excuse me, 5 as Hawkinson swings and misses at a fastball. He's down on strikes. 2 down here in the ninth. Last hope for the Rivets, Ryan Happy. Nobody on, 2 outs in the ninth. Rivets need 2 to tie. Hampy 0 for 3 with a walk. He scored a run back in the 5th. 2 strikeouts to his name. First pitch from Thurman. Fastball straight down the chute, 0-1. Game that started a little late because of some inclement weather. They've battled through the conditions. They've battled through some bullpen difficulties. And right now it's a Kingfish Slenderly on top. Swing and a miss from Hampy. Rockford's down to its final strike. Battle for second in the Great Lakes East here early in the season. Here's the 0-2. Fastball is just outside. 1-2. Jack Barry actually reached out his hand to show where that pitch just missed. Kingfish ready to come flooding out of their bullpen and dugout on the top step. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. That will end the ball game. Hampy down swinging. Grayson Thurman strikes out the side in the ninth for save number 4, and that ends your ball game. Final score in this one, Kingfish take it 7-5, able to get that important insurance run and battle back after Rockford had tied the game twice. They had tied it up at 5 after battling back in the 5th, but that was it for the Rivets offense. Kenosha, meanwhile, bounced back, scoring a run in the 7th for padded insurance after scoring one in the 5th to take the lead back and did not look back from there. Kingfish bullpen was able to do the job, including their man at the back, Grayson Thurman. And in this one goes to Reed Gannon. We go to 1-0 on the season for Kenosha. Meanwhile, the loss for Rockford will head to Aaron Mashulam. Save goes to Thurman. Game that took just over 3 hours and 40 minutes to complete. Once again, our final score, Kenosha takes this one 7-5 over Rockford. The same teams will do it again, 6:05 Central Time here at Simmons Field. You can listen to that one live here on the Rivets Radio Network. But for now, Andre Magaro signing off. Again, our final score, Kingfish 7, Rivets 5. Hope you've enjoyed listening and have a great rest of your evening.